Παντελή, μπορείς να τους πεις να έρθουν. Περιφερειακή Σύμβουλο, η οποία θα κάνει ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό και εκ μέρους του Περιφερειάρχη του κυρίου Φάνη Σπανού.
Αξιότιμε κύριε Πρόεδρε του Ευρωπαϊκού Πολιτιστικού Κέντρου Δελφών, αξιότιμα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου.
Members of the board of the European Cultural Center of Delphi, I would like to convey the greetings of Mr. Fani Spanou, who is abroad, and this is why he is not here with us. He has been a great supporter of the European Cultural Center and of all its activities. The region has always supported your vision, which is also our vision, that of the Delphi Academy. So it is very important for us. I would like to welcome all the professors to the land of Delphi. It is with great pleasure, yet in spite of the fact that I have not been able to attend your meeting, I followed it through live stream. You realize that technology gives us the opportunity to have direct access to information. This is a possibility given to us by technology, but of course we should not limit ourselves to the possibilities and opportunities given to us by technology. Technology entails problems and risks. Will we be able to overcome them? Will we be able to manage them? These are very thorny questions of our everyday life, which has greatly changed recently. So my warmest congratulations for the institution of the Delphi Dialogues. We stand by you as region of Sterea Las, supporting all your activities.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Saravandinu. The region of Sterea Las and the head of the region and friend Fani Spanos has always been standing by the European Cultural Center of Delphi. And as Mr. Saravandinu said, the region is financing another international institution of the European Cultural Center of Delphi, that is the Delphi Academy. And we have the pleasure of having among us the professors teaching at the Delphi Academy, two distinguished colleagues from Harvard and one from Cambridge, as well as the students coming from various countries of Europe and from the States. Please convey my personal thanks to the head of the region, Mr. Fani Spanos. We start with our third session. A break will follow, and then we will have a round table discussions where other distinguished colleagues will participate. Justin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paniotis. It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce the speakers for our third session today. I will follow the lead of my predecessors and be scandalously brief in my description of their very influential work. So we will do our papers and then we'll have discussion after the three papers. First up is Rossi Braidotti, who is a feminist continental philosopher and distinguished university professor emerita at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. She has received many, very many accolades and honors, which I won't list, though I will say in 2022 she received the Humboldt Research Award for lifelong contribution to scholarship. Her numerous influential works have been on the posthuman philosophy and feminist theory. She is among a small number of names that would immediately show up for this kind of influential work. Her paper today is entitled Posthumanist Convergence and Affirmative Ethics. Please.
Thank you, dear Chair. I take the floor because if I stand, I speak more slowly, for some unknown reason. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second session of an amazing colloquium, gathering, dialogue. Thank you, Professor Reuters, for including me in this distinguished assembly, and thank you, translators, for putting up with us. I'll try to be not as fast as I would like to. The aim in this paper is to give you a quick definition of my approach to the posthuman in terms of the convergence, to plead a case for ethics of affirmation. It must be ethics that guides our epistemology that guides our ethics. Politics then follows. And try to do quickly 3 case studies to illustrate the relevance of this particular approach. For all details, I've written numerous papers and books. I will have to go quickly, but I hope to be conceptually coherent and keeping you awake. I define the posthuman as the convergence, a set of intersections between advanced technologies, fast environmental degradation, and raising socio-economic inequalities. And what worries me is the impact that they have on the formation of subjectivity. An intersection or a convergence means it is not a single issue. It's not about the digital. It's not about climate change. It's not about a fractured society and a broken down democratic system. It's about all of these things at the same time. And if our minds crack under the strain of keeping so many contradictions in place, we have to ask ourselves, how can we live in terms that we cannot adequately think about? And that is the question that my leading philosopher, Baruch de Spinoza, asked himself, the question of adequate understanding of the conditions of our subjugation. Okay, my paper is finished, we can open the discussion. That is the thesis. So the posthuman is a navigational tool that gives us a course across the 4th Industrial Revolution and the 6th extinction. It's a methodological tool. It is also a set of premises or concepts. A navigational tool is something that requires accountability. For me, accountability is what my old Marxist friends used to call cognitive mapping. I'm a student of Foucault. I studied with Deleuze in France back before many of you were born. For us, it's the question of cartographies, an adequate rendition of the conditions that make it possible for us to worry about the posthuman, for instance. Being a navigational tool does not make you a single issue person. It's the opposite. It's collective, it's relational, it's shared, and it is not one directional. It could go in any direction. And I really want to subscribe to many of the things that my distinguished colleagues already said. Nothing is played out on the posthuman predicament. A lot is ongoing, but it is a lot. And what we need to do is create coalitions, what I call the missing people, create subject formations, alliances, heterogeneous assemblages that would allow us to actually tackle together the complexity of issues. The worst thing that we could do at this point in time is to turn the posthuman into a single issue. It really is not about the digital. It's not as if we have AI on Monday and climate change on Wednesday afternoon. We have them at the same time. A great deal of these advanced technologies, cryptocurrency, comes to mind, are a killer for the environment. The carbon trace is criminal. So we should ask ourselves, should we have them, given that they are killing the earth? These are the discussions that we need to do. Open perspectives and ongoing dialogue. So bless Delphi and the spirit of the ancestors in this valley of the gods. May they inspire us to find the wisdom that we need in these dark times and these wonderful times simultaneously. The affective temperature of the posthuman is a manic depressive alternation of anxiety and despair. It really is what my teacher Gilles Deleuze called in his immense brilliance, capitalism as schizophrenia, up and down and roundabout, not one direction, all directions at once. Move fast, break things. Yeah, have you heard that one before? A recipe for the disaster that we're in. From a philosophical angle, but it's too early in the morning, it's Saturday, I will not go in there. The philosophy is new materialism, also known as critical Spinozism. Spinoza is the thinker that we need. He's the philosopher of the nature-culture continuum. He's the philosopher that says we are all part of a single meta. We're all part of something that we call nature. We are not in a dualistic relationship to our environment. Our culture back in the 17th century had a choice. Do we go with Cartesian dualism, mind versus bodies, culture versus nature, the West versus the rest? Or do we go with the Jewish philosopher Baruch de Spinoza, who argues the opposite? The Spinoza that Carlo Rovati says, how can a modern physicist not be a Spinozist? We are all variations on the same elementary particles. We're all modulations on the same matter. We're all variations on the same genetic code. Cuckoo, where have you been for the last 40 years? In an old-fashioned humanities faculty, maybe? Being taught humanism and anthropocentrism from morning until night, maybe? Here's Rosie, the provocative professor, digging in a critique of humanism from the beginning of my conversation. So for me, the posthuman entails a critique of the limitations of humanism, a critique of the limitations of anthropocentrism, and a serious reading of what goes on between Western humanism and anthropocentrism. In this valley blessed by the gods, was there one direction to the way that humans and non-humans were interacting in Delphos? No, a multitude, a multiplicity, a chorus of philosophical voices. We need to go back to that multiplicity and to that complexity. Complexity doesn't mean relativism. It doesn't mean never-ending regression. It just means complexity. We are complex, but we are very much bounded. We are very much contained. So the other philosophical framework is something that for you junior researchers out there is like the cathedrals of the 3rd, 12th century, phenomenology and psychoanalysis, the great philosophies of desire of the 20th century that say we're complex, but we are contained. And what contains us is the boundary of our body. And the boundary of our bodies is the skin. And the skin is open. That's why we sweat. It's a relational interface that registers information from morning until night all the time. It thinks in you. If we haven't registered that basic displacement of the centrality of the philosophical ego, in my terms, you can't even enter the discussion on the posthuman, because you run the risk of doing what I heard some of my distinguished colleagues do, marry the great technological revolution to liberal individualism, to the supremacy of the self. If we do that, we are lost, because the planet cannot possibly sustain egocentrism in an era that's screaming out for ecocentrism. So I find in Spinoza the philosophy of active involvement in a common meta through an ontology of becoming that I reread through French philosophy, my own teacher, Gilles Deleuze, being the great Spinozist, but the entire generation of philosophers after May 68 returns to Spinoza, abandoning the Marxist Hegelian framework, which, may I remind you, failed in May 68, failed as a political revolution. It succeeded as a cultural revolution. Balibar, Negri, Materon, a whole generation of scholars returns to Spinoza through the 70s, saying we need another philosophy of life, another philosophy of nature. What happens to Spinoza? A quick annotation, not because he's Dutch, I'm not a nationalist, but Spinoza is the only philosopher in the history of philosophy, that is Western philosophy, that is still excommunicated. Descartes was the other. The Bishop of Utrecht had excommunicated him from some minor point of theology. But my noble university lifted the excommunication on Descartes about 12 years ago. We made him a free citizen. Spinoza was excommunicated by the great synagogue because of his disrespect for the sacred texts, the Torah, of Judaism. So there was a movement to lift the excommunication of Spinoza. Everybody had agreed, the great rabbi, state of Israel, everything was in order, and then one living philosopher vetoed. The story is told by Edgar Morin in his book, Mes Philosophes. The philosopher who vetoed it is Emmanuel Levinas. And at this point in time, Spinoza remains the only philosopher under excommunication, which I'm sure he will wear as a badge of honor. I could talk for hours about this, so I won't, but these are the philosophical assumptions. Philosophical neo-materialism, rejection of dualism, cartographies in order to achieve adequate understanding. Adequate understanding means that you navigate your course through contradictions. There is not even a single subject in Spinoza's philosophy. That's why Deleuze calls it a subject assemblage. It's a formation of subjectivity that means that you capture information everywhere you go. Affect is important. And what affect here means is what Antonio Damasio tells you that affect means in a very important book dating back to the 90s, says in The Search for Spinoza. The search for Spinoza is understanding that affect is important. Affect requires psychoanalysis and phenomenology. Affect is not just individual psychological emotions, although they are part of it. Affect is the capacity to affect and to be affected. It's the ontological relationality that makes us living beings of desire. Desire, before it marries into sexuality in the 18th century, desire is the fundamental metaphysical passion. Those of you who study philosophy or theology know this. Love and hate, sadness and joy, and desire, the 5 fundamental passions of metaphysics. And Foucault, and Deleuze with him, brings it to a higher point. Desire means the endless pursuit of the freedom to become everything we're capable of becoming. Conatus for Spinoza, potentia for Foucault, Deleuze, and the Braidottians that follow from all of that. Affect. Do not confuse it with I'm feeling good, I'm feeling bad. We leave that to Gwyneth Paltrow and to the wellness industry that they are very right-wing, by the way, that have erected that to some ideal of wellness. This is about the openness, being receptive to the multitude of connections and relations that make you tick. Everything that lives, from earthworms to humans, has only one desire: to persevere in its existence. We are programmed to go on. 70% of suicides fail. It's very difficult to die. So the fact that we are programmed as living machines, desiring machines, is of the greatest importance because that gives you a philosophy of life that is not essentialist, it's not biological determinist, it's ontological. And I expressed it in my immense elegance with a very simple expression. The first English translator of Spinoza, an amazing woman by the name of George Eliot, Mary Ann Evans, in Middlemarch says exactly this: if we were open, we would hear the roar of energy that lies on the other side of silence. as things are, we walk around wrapped in stupidity. Stupidity is a major concept in Spinoza, and it means the inadequate understanding, irrationality, superstition, self-deceit, narcissism, the illness of the West, forms of distortion of reality that don't give us an adequate perception of what is the case. Today, fake news, alternative truth, you got to tell, conspiracy theories. We are plunged in inadequate forms of understanding. Stupidity. The equivalent of artificial intelligence is natural stupidity. They require each other, and we need to study them together out of a profound commitment to the truth of adequate knowledge. Adequate knowledge, adequate understanding, means confronting pain. Factor that in. Affectivity is not a picnic. Relations are not all goody-goody. Sorry, Gwyneth. It entails processing pain. Taking in the world means taking on the pain of the world. Processing pain is what adequate understanding is all about. And the tool that Spinoza gives us to achieve epistemological clarity, adequate understanding, is the ethics. He calls it the ethics of joy. I call it affirmative ethics through the operation of Foucault and Deleuze that bring this philosophy into the 20th century for us. Affirmation is a social horizon of hope. It's the collective practice of constructing social horizons of hope. We, the people who are caught in the posthuman predicament. I could talk for 6 hours about this, but I will not. But just do remember, affirmation is a way of processing pain, not of denying it. And that's not lost into it. The negative is there. The negative has an analytical function, not a substantive one. This is for my Hegelian friends, so that we can clear all of that and get into the Badiou-Deleuze debate, Hegel-Spinoza debate, if you wish. It's the eternal debate. Affirmation is a way of processing pain. 3 case studies. I wanted to get there in the last 14 minutes, and I'm almost in track with myself. Scary when one is in touch with oneself, really. So quite terrifying. 3 case studies that quickly actually resonate with the 3 axes of the posthuman convergence. Technologies, climate change, political populism, contemporary stupidity. Technology, in this distinguished assembly, there's nothing else to do but to summarize everything that we have already heard. We all know contemporary technologies are invasive and pervasive, non-binary, all-encompassing. They are our second nature. We live through them. Cuckoo, hello, hello. Are you against the system? Are you against capitalism? Throw away your mobile phones. I want to see that, Gen Zs. I want to see you do that. I dare you. Then if you don't throw away your mobile phones, don't say that you're against advanced capitalism. Go with Spinoza and say, I am part of the problem. Consequently, I want to become part of the solution. That's the road to go, because we love our technology. I certainly do. But their pervasive nature, their non-binary system is the problem. Advanced capitalism is non-binary. This is why we need to go with Spinoza, not with Marx. It's not either or. It's not thesis, antithesis. It's and. It's move fast, break things. It's anything and its opposite. It's an axiomatic system aiming at profit. That's what it is. It can attach itself to any state formation. Chinese capitalism, Venezuelan capitalism, Greek capitalism, American capitalism, it does not care. It's the utter carelessness, the ferocity of that lack of care that makes contemporary capitalism a very difficult animal, because it is an animal that defeats its own foundation. It erodes the possibility of its own endurance. Don't have to believe me, believe Lord Durkheim, the Lord of Poverty. When he said capitalism is an unsustainable system, it erodes its own foundations. There is a dominant form of technological posthumanism in our society. We have to out it. We heard a lot of it in the previous paper, and that's transhumanism. Transhumanism believes that the solution to technology is more technology, that the problem of technology is human enhancement, and that human enhancement needs to be, I leave that open, 3 dots, regulated, abolished, expanded. In any way, it would be good to actually discuss it and not let Nick Bostrom in Oxford decide for us what mode of enhancement we are going to be available for. By the way, Oxford did shut down Nick Bostrom's institute 2 months ago. I opened the Prosecco bottle on the spot, because to have in Oxford an institute that proclaims human enhancement as the future of something they call humanity is at least annoying, shall we say. I come from a tradition of critical theory that considers the human not a unitary idea. The human is not neutral, the human is not one. We are not human in the same way, we are human in very different ways. People that are sexualized, racialized, and naturalized are simply less human than others. Or we are all human, but some are more mortal than others. Women, LGBTQ people, Black, Indigenous, Jews, Muslims, and the endless corpses floating on the Mediterranean. Are they humans? 3 questions. To not keep in mind the differential nature of being human and not to carry that conversation into the posthuman discussion is an ethical flaw. If we are not human in the same way or to the same extent, then we cannot become posthuman in the same way or the same extent. And the transhumanists are not doing us a favor, but imposing one model to what we are to become, just because that model is cheaper and easier for capitalism. I'm sorry, look at disability. I remember when disability studies was something that nobody cared for. It has become a laboratory of posthuman becomings. The Paralympic Games, again, in the Valley of the Gods, the Paralympics, whoever watched them, today they are a laboratory for prosthetics, for human enhancement. Natural-born humans are envious of the carbon fiber legs of the posthuman, saying, you're running faster than me because you've got enhancement. Can I be enhanced too? A reversal, like a posthuman envy. Incredibly interesting discussions. So look at disability studies to see how complex the question of enhancement is. I'm all in favor of enhancement. I want it free, democratic, refundable on national health schemes. That's the road to go with all of these, and I've already given you away my critical posthuman alternative, pro-technology, open discussions about what we're capable of becoming. Do not detach the technologies from the environmental and socioeconomic consequences. Don't treat people like idiots. They know what is going on. Give them the option to enhance themselves. And what this means in terms of the ethics is that we have to accept a range of positions, and you see this in disability studies, from disabled people who say, live me this way, I was born this way, renaturalize me, I stay the way I was done. In the trans debate, this is cis people who say, I was born this way, live me this way. At the other opposite end, people who are saying, transform me. If I can be mutated, do that. Let technology make something else of me. And in between, an entire gradation of positions. To impose one morality at a time like this is to close the doors that technology has opened for us. A range of positions until we reach a new democratic consensus on how we can regulate these technologies for the common good. I wanted to signal 2 extraordinary examples of regulations, and I was surprised that they were not mentioned until now. The European Union has been an absolute forerunner in regulating these technologies. I refer you to the 2018 General Data Protection Regulation and to the 2022 Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. I refer particularly the starting researchers to the speech on public policy that the Vice President of the Union, Commissioner for Trade, Margareta Vestager, gave at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton, an alumna, so I get their newsletter. Look it up. Hosted by Alondra Nelson, who is the leader of the proposal for an AI Bill of Rights that the Biden administration is planning at the White House. It's already happening. Regulating these technologies is the way that we have to go in terms of dignity, openness, transparency, equal wages, taxation, and social solidarity. This is the European Union. For as long as we exist, when Trump comes, we will stop. We are trying. So look this up. Regulation is already ongoing. It's not of the order of anarchical utopianism. It's right here. Let's expand it. Let's discuss it. Let's make this work. And there was only technology, and I have 6 minutes. Climate change. If we start from Spinoza's premises of nature-culture continuum, we don't have to do a Latourian set of hysterical conventions to find a way of putting together nature and culture. They go together. If it's good enough for our physicists, it's got to be good enough for our ethicists. The non-human, the non-anthropocentric is part of the equation. We are part of the same nature. For Spinoza, what matters is not what you're made of. What matters is what you're capable of, what degree of affectivity you're capable of in your relations to others. Spinoza has been the point of reference for Gaia hypothesis since Lynn Margulis in 1974, the first paper on Gaia and symbiosis, together with John Lovelace. Then Lynn dies at 54, John lives to be 103, everybody forgets Lynn. But Margulis, the thinker of symbiosis, is the thinker that we need here to think of the connection to the non-human as not a very big deal. It's only a big deal if you're married to anthropocentric humanism and you still believe that man is the measure of all things. With all due respect for classical humanism, we are in a different historical phase, where the human is an assemblage that involves non-humans. Non-humans are organic, animal, oxygen, trees, plants, the organic, animal, nature, and they are non-organic, algorithms, cables, and codes. The non-human covers a range of issue where we are modern-day Spinozists, is that I go with the three ecologies of Guattari, the ecologies of the technological, of the environmental, and the social. The technology are our second nature. Our nature is heavily mediated. There is no difference. This is not a flat ontology, sorry, Latour. It is a differential material philosophy that entails a set of relation to the non-human. If we don't start taking the carbon trace and the impact on the environment as the criterion, we are doing what capitalism is telling us to do, eroding the foundations of our own survival. Because there is only one Earth, there's only one planetary home, it's up to us to see how much care or not we take of it. The last, quickly, 3 minutes, concerns the kind of commercialization and commodification of inadequate knowledge by populist movement and populism of the left as of the right. I consider populist movements the expression of contemporary stupidity on a global scale. They live through fake lies, alternative truths, conspiracy theories. The effect on all the issues that I care about, technology, the environment, social justice, is negative. They don't believe in climate change, they don't believe in science, they don't even believe in democracy. They believe in hysterics and in propagation of lies. And I think the success of these political movements, left and right, really is a question that is hanging over all of us. What is happening to our system? We've had many, many distinguished papers on it. What interests me as the way of entry into the populist manipulation of the posthuman contradictions is the extent to which they really exploit negative passions. They make negativity their primary tool, anxiety, fear, panic. You know, if you think that the robots are coming to take your job, you have a reason to be anti-science. But from there to saying that the other things that are going to take our jobs are these hordes of immigrants that are coming here to destroy our civilization is another step. What is the connection between anti-science and racism, anti-immigration, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia? How does negativity spread as the new invisible glue that keeps our struggling democracies going. And what are we going to do? We, the scholars, the pursuers of truth, know thyself in the valley of the gods from whom we descend. What are we doing to say, no, this is not true? Where is our commitment to an affirmative ethics that confronts the manufacturing of lies as a way of attacking everything that we've believed in, everything that we stand for? The posthuman alternative is to go, we can go with the Pope. Pope Francis did a magnificent letter in defense of the environment. We don't have to go with Deleuze and the radicals if you still think that Deleuze is a radical, is a social democrat. And Deleuze was a vehement European federalist. I close the bracket. Go with the collective effort to produce adequate understanding of our condition so that we can work on alternatives geared to affirmation as the processing of anxiety, the processing of paranoia, for the sake of the only thing that can get us out of this, hope. And I have 32 seconds left. Thank you for your attention.
What a wonderful way to begin the day with that affirmation of an ethics of joy. Our next speaker is Melanie Cammett. Melanie Cammett is the Clarence Dillon Professor of International Affairs in the Government Department and Director of the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs at Harvard University. She is the author and editor of several books that have been both timely and influential, including a recent Oxford Handbook on Politics in Muslim Societies, and an earlier Political Economy of the Middle East, among many other works. She is currently researching a new project on how people live together after violence, focusing on Bosnia-Herzegovina, Lebanon, and Northern Ireland. Her talk today is entitled "The Promises and Pitfalls of AI for Divided Societies."
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the invitation to be here at the Delphi Dialogues. It's really a great privilege to be here. And as you know, from the introduction, I'm working on politics in divided societies. So it's in that context that I want to speak to the theme here this year of the Delphi Dialogues, the posthuman. And we are living in a world characterized by polarization. I focus on ethnic, religious, sectarian polarization, but there are many forms of polarization, ideological, partisan, which have acquired kind of tribal identities. So in that sense, I think they share some similar properties, and it's in that context that I want to relate to the themes of the posthuman. So I am looking at how people live together after so-called ethnic conflict. How can people construct or reconstruct social relations waged ostensibly in the name of ethnicity when you've had violence waged in the name of these categories, and particularly when people have been targeted as members of a particular group where this sense of threat is heightened and makes it all the more difficult to establish relations across group lines. How can we expect people to just get along? So I'd like to link this focus on politics in divided societies to the posthuman condition. So I understand that the posthuman is a multifaceted concept. I'm not going to attempt to define it. I am not a philosopher of the posthuman, but I will take one dimension of it, which I understand to be the ways in which new technologies erode, undermine, or alter existing understandings of what it means to be human. So how might the posthuman reshape agency and the boundaries of human subjectivity? Will AI and technologies such as ChatGPT erode the distinction between humans and computers or the machines that we use? And if machines become autonomous decision makers, does this spell the age of human agency in the context of antagonistic intergroup relations. So I want to look at what the posthuman means for politics in societies divided along ethnic or religious lines. And in particular, I want to think about algorithmic thinking as a dimension of the posthuman, what it means for divided societies. I take this to mean using an algorithm to solve problems, which is increasingly a feature of our life. And so what is the implication of algorithmic thinking for divided societies? And so what I want to do is think about, I'm an empirical social scientist, so I've been looking at various bodies of literature in empirical social science, in my field in political science, that address this question. The first, which has been touched on by many of our speakers, is the relationship between social media and polarization. And there's really a lot of research in political science that explores how social media drives polarization, but also might have alternative effects. And the second is the application of algorithms to security and policing, or what people call predictive policing. So spoiler alert, and I think I'm in line with many of our colleagues here, I am not particularly sanguine at this point about the application of these technologies to these realms of social and political interaction. I tend to see more pitfalls than promises, but nonetheless, we have algorithmic thinking here to stay. And so I want to highlight also what some researchers in this realm have identified as the potential promise of AI for addressing potential sources of division. So is it possible for humans to try to ensure that the promises prevail over the pitfalls of algorithmic thinking? And I think humans are essential here. So let me first touch on social political dynamics in divided societies, and say a bit about how these identities, the identities that I study, such as ethnicity or sectarian identity, become politicized in the first place, and how such divisions might actually be softened. And then I'll touch on these case studies, so to speak, of social media and predictive policing, and draw on what they say about the exacerbation or even the amelioration of social divides. So what does social science research suggest about their implications for divided societies? Now, let me just say that I use these terms like ethnicity and sectarianism interchangeably because they are perceived as descent-based. So they are properties that are perceived as difficult to change in the short term, and categories such as ethnicity and sect structure economic, political, and social life in similar ways. In the places that I study, Bosnia, Lebanon, Northern Ireland, many other places, even if they don't refer to the same substantive types of identities. So also I would like to emphasize that, like basically all social scientists, I do not regard these identities as primordial. We know that people have multiple identities, diverse identities that become politically or socially salient under different circumstances. And likewise, neither ethnicity nor sect cause conflicts, even when people describe themselves in these terms. But when you have war or violence or antagonism waged in the name of these categories, they become sites of antagonism in everyday social life, and particularly when people are targeted in the name of ethnicity, this creates or reinforces their attachment to these identities. And if you have watched things like the war in Syria play out in real time, and studied it closely, you can see how this happens, how a war that basically has nothing to do with sect becomes politicized along those lines, and those categories become meaningful to people in ways they were not previously. So we know as social scientists a fair amount about how tensions ramp up along ethnic or social or sectarian lines, and social scientists refer to constructed identities. They refer to constructivist and instrumentalist approaches to ethnic or religious conflict. And at its core, constructivism holds that identity becomes politically relevant through the creation of social and political institutions and practices over time. So these are constructed by humans. And similarly, when we talk about instrumentalism, we talk about the actions and motives of agents that shape and politicize identities for their purposes. So we can think about the archetypal cultural or ethnic entrepreneur who aims to whip up identity-based divisions to shore up their own support. And again, this comes back to the micro-level experience of the actions of ethnic or cultural entrepreneurs. When people perceive that they are being targeted and threatened in the name of a group identity, this makes people more receptive to the kinds of group-based appeals that ethnic entrepreneurs have. And this very much thrives in conditions of insecurity and state weakness, certainly in the places that I study, like Bosnia, like Lebanon, and so forth, but certainly we've seen it also in places like the United States and elsewhere where supposedly we have more consolidated democratic institutions. And we know a lot about how these identities become politicized and sources of antagonism, but we know much less about how to put them back, how to bring them down, and that, I think, is a vexing problem and relates to the topic at hand. And it's very much in the interests of ethnic entrepreneurs to intensify these divisions because they profit materially. They profit symbolically from a divided society. And they perpetuate these divisions that are very much difficult to undo at the grassroots level once they're activated. So in my ongoing field work in Bosnia, in Lebanon, in Northern Ireland, I want to just say two factors that I've observed, and they relate to the topic at hand today. The first is that political elites in particular are key actors involved in ratcheting up tensions. And again, they profit from these tensions. So they make divisive statements in speeches, in print, in broadcast media, and in social media, and they whip up passions among their supporters and drive intergroup tensions. They shape the attitudes and behaviors through both material leverage and symbolic leverage. The other factor is more micro level, and it also seems to take on a life of its own, which is the construction of social norms. So at the grassroots level, social norms take root in which it is not acceptable for you to express compassion to members of other communities, to engage constructively and productively across these intergroup lines. And social norms can be very powerful in and of themselves, quite apart from the leverage that political elites exert. So even when a Serb in Srebrenica would like to engage more constructively with their Bosniak Muslim neighbor, they face the possibility of social shaming at the grassroots level, and it becomes more difficult to engage in a publicly more constructive way across group lines. And so we have multiple layers in which these intergroup divisions get propagated. Now, I don't have time to go into the various ways in which social science studies how to bring down these tensions, but let me just say that it is extremely difficult, and I think we have much more insight about how the tensions ratchet up than how they come down. So let me turn to algorithmic thinking and divided societies. And I mentioned the research on social media and predictive policing. And these bodies of work suggest ways in which algorithmic thinking either exacerbates or potentially mitigates social divides. So I'll start with social media briefly, and we've heard a fair amount about it already. But let me just say that on social media platforms, machine learning models are used to predict the content that is most interesting and relevant to us as users. And it's quite frightening how they get this right if you look at the ads that get targeted at you and so forth. So one wonders how much information they have. By now we know that algorithms applied in social media are trained to feed us what we want to see, which has great implications for how we view others and how others view us. So if we understand algorithmic, the posthuman as algorithmic life, then we can think of cyber engagement in social media as a form of participation in some larger public sphere. And in principle, at least in the abstract, exchanges in this sphere are neither inherently positive nor negative for social cohesion. But it really depends on the nature of the actors, whether they are human or posthuman, that take part in the conversations, that generate posts on social media platforms, that seed the ideas that generate. So in principle, we can imagine that social media engagement can build shared bonds across social divisions, or conversely, can undercut social solidarity. So let me just cite a few examples from existing research, and I'll start with the positive, even though, as I've said already, I'm not convinced that the positive really prevails over the negative. So can social media be an impetus for enhanced social cohesion? So one thing that scholars have highlighted is that where you have highly segregated residential living patterns, and here I'm talking about real-life face-to-face interactions, and this is a characteristic of divided societies. In fact, if you look at Lebanon, a place where I've done extensive research over the last couple decades, patterns of communal living have changed drastically precisely as a result of violence waged in the name of sect. So previously, people lived together in much more integrated neighborhoods in real life. And as a result of war and violence perpetrated in the name of these categories, we see much more segregated patterns of living. So in principle, social media platforms can expose people to more diversity than they would otherwise encounter in their daily lives in face-to-face interactions. In the offline world, people tend to socialize primarily among family and friends from the same cultural communities because of human homophilic tendencies. So posts by members of extended online social networks in principle can expose us to views and ideas that we might not normally encounter. And recent research by scholars such as Lisa Argyle and her collaborators have indicated that the posthuman in the form of AI chatbots can be harnessed to promote more constructive online discourse. Of course, whether such interventions succeed ultimately rests on the willingness of humans to actually opt into these experiments, to opt into these programs in which they participate in social media experiments with chatbots that are trying to promote more civil discourse. Do you choose to heed the civil discourse advice of the chatbot? There is some human agency there. And similarly, in Lebanon, a study conducted by Alexandra Siegel and Vivian Badan indicated that some types of messages that were injected into divisive exchanges among Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims helped to tame the most hyper-sectarian discourse. And if you've watched the way that wars play out in the Middle East, they don't just play out, of course, in the physical violence. They play out in cyberspace in very, very nasty sectarian rhetoric that further divides people. So these researchers and others have tried to leverage the posthuman to try to temper the war in cyberspace along sectarian lines. And so they've injected through chatbots messages from hypothetical religious leaders who have chastised members of their own religious communities for spreading hate speech, referring to passages from the Quran that chastise people for using such divisive messages and emphasizing that we are all part of one religious community. So they found that this works and that this tempers the most sectarian discourse. Whereas interestingly, and this accords with my own research, when they tried to do this with political leaders, it had no effect. No doubt because people are really disenchanted with their political leaders who they do not trust. So I've highlighted studies that find positive effects of social media through these social experiments. But I would say that my reading of the research on social media and ethnic and sectarian divides is that it by and large fuels divisiveness. I don't think that's a controversial statement to make. And so why is that? First, algorithms generally ensure, as we've all noted already, that people see what they want online. So this reinforces our natural tendency towards motivated reasoning to produce echo chambers. Second, social media, as many have observed already, is famously associated with spreading hate speech and particularly prejudicial views. It's also third associated with spreading misinformation and disinformation. So it's a key vector for spreading this harmful information. And finally, evidence suggests that social media provide ready-made platforms for the ethnic entrepreneurs I've already referred to play upon the threats that activate sectarian sentiment in people at the grassroots level. And it's particularly pernicious because politicians tend to have large social media followings. So they have a larger platform to spread these dynamics. But of course, algorithmic thinking extends beyond social media platforms into other realms of human and post-human exchanges. So let me briefly refer to this body of research on predictive policing, which I think has been very concerning and has been the subject of not only social science research, but a number of investigative reports by journalistic outlets like ProPublica, for example, which famously reported on this Compass algorithm used in the police departments of a number of American police agencies across the country. So in recent years, algorithms have reshaped policing practices through what I've mentioned is already predictive policing. And some have argued that this can promote algorithmic fairness. So algorithmic thinking in law enforcement leverages generalizations derived from machine learning techniques to predict crime risk based on group membership. Machine learning then is increasingly harnessed to guide sentencing, to recommend high crime neighborhoods for extra surveillance, to identify demographic profiles associated with, that we humans are fallible, right? We are notoriously prone to prejudice through unconscious bias and conscious bias that shapes our interpersonal behavior. And so in very low-tech ways, and usually or often in inaccurate ways, we constantly draw conclusions about others in our daily interactions through profiling. So in principle, we might think that sophisticated algorithmic predictions can be more accurate, can be more equitable than us humans, than our fallible judgments. So on this basis, proponents contend that predictive policing can have a social good effect, can reduce bias through algorithmic fairness or the absence of prejudice or favoritism toward a group based on their inherent or acquired characteristics. So if humans are especially prone to bias in ethnically divided societies, maybe bypassing our judgments through algorithmic reasoning might enable fairer governance. So what could possibly go wrong? The problem is that accuracy, fairness, and transparency of algorithmic thinking ultimately depends on humans, on human-generated factors that bias the so-called decision-making of the posthuman, of algorithms. So first, the data that are used to train machine learning systems encapsulates our prejudices, our inequalities, our power dynamics that are present in the societies from which the data are drawn. So data is not a neutral depiction of reality. This can have enormous social consequences. And so more concretely, facial recognition algorithms that are trained on predominantly light-skinned faces have struggled to identify non-white faces accurately due to underrepresentation in the training data sets. Criminal risk assessment tools trained on historical arrest records from discriminatory policing practices overwhelmingly associate members of minority groups with higher criminality. So prejudices are then learned by these algorithms, which take on an agency of their own to perpetuate stereotypes. Certain variables like gender, race, ethnicity effectively then become proxies for risky behavior. And then the algorithmic decisions then recommend higher policing of certain zip codes, of certain types of people. And then through feedback processes, decisions or rankings generated by algorithms strengthen these initial biases. So this has similar consequences as those echo chambers that we see in social media feeds. And so a number of people have already sounded the alarm about this, and there's lots of research about this. And so the problem is that with more police on the beat in neighborhoods that have been flagged by algorithms, it follows mechanically that then these algorithms detect more crime in these areas, and then human police officers make more arrests there, corroborating the algorithmic prediction in a kind of feedback loop. So in the realm of these post-human applications that I've highlighted, it's easy to see that the risks of relying on algorithmic thinking for divided societies are profound. We can see that biased sentiment analyses or profiling can incorrectly flag entire communities as extremist or hostile and thereby increase tensions. And these algorithms used to counter online extremism can backfire if they are based on biased data. So we can see that these inequalities then can fuel intergroup tensions and result in cycles of heightened grievances and strengthen the incentives of cultural and political entrepreneurs to engage in what we call ethnic outbidding, to show that I am more of the defender of the ethnic group than the next guy, and to increase the ethnic threats that I deploy in my language to shore up my own support. So through these and other channels, algorithmic thinking can be really profound for conflict-affected, divided societies. And what can be done then to avoid these dynamics? Now, there are techno-optimists who highlight ways in which we can leverage technologies for good. So that to the extent that humans can exercise control over the post-human, maybe there are ways to temper the most pernicious ways in which human prejudices get reflected and amplified in algorithms. But this, of course, depends on which humans are in control and what intentions they harbor. And it also depends on our collective abilities to overcome the very serious collective action problems and to decide on and adopt regulations that we've been referencing here. And there's a lot of unevenness across the globe in the capacity for collective action. So we've highlighted examples from the European Union, but if you look at my own country, there's all kinds of legal reasons to start with why it's particularly difficult, not to starting with the First Amendment, not to mention all kinds of other regulations and laws about who are deemed producers of content and who are going to be held accountable for content. So there's all kinds of challenges, and that doesn't even get to some of the places where I work, where the regulatory capacity of the state is quite circumscribed. So some have shown how technology can be harnessed to promote harmony rather than antagonism, and I've mentioned these bots, these chat bots that have been injected into the Arab Twitter sphere to counter hate speech, or the chatbots that have promoted civil discourse and enhanced listening skills to improve online exchanges about divisive topics. So it is conceivable that improvements also in technology can reduce the risks of algorithmic thinking for intergroup relations and governance. There are computer scientists and ethicists that are working on ways in which they can harness the power of computer processing to seek more fairness and equity, and to tweak the algorithms and so forth, and through other channels. There are ways in which computer scientists are trying to develop technological fixes to mitigate the most discriminatory effects of these algorithms. And more generally, if AI systems if the developers of these systems can incorporate more consciousness of biases used in training data, this can improve things in principle. Maybe specialists can carry out audits of the data sets used to train data sets with more representative data, and build in more oversights by diverse teams to identify and correct these biases before they get applied to address social and political challenges. Yet these technical fixes have limitations, and in my pedestrian view, they can't replace human oversight, human awareness, what is going on. And so we really need to be attentive to regulatory frameworks that are emerging and are being discussed. But again, as I've already said, they're quite uneven. And multilateral cooperation at all levels is essential to regulate how these algorithms operate, which are, by the way, increasingly applied also to do things like cross-border security as well. I am losing my faith in supranational actors like the United States, United Nations, maybe that was a Freudian slip, to address these kinds of challenges, but there are many levels, as Patrice has outlined and others, at which we can think about addressing these challenges. So I hope that a community of concerned humans can come together with awareness of these biases that get baked in and have such pernicious ramifications for exacerbating social and political divides, to try to address them and bring these technological algorithmic approaches in life that are here to stay, to bring about more positive social good. Thank you.
So let me introduce our third speaker this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Martin Crowley, who is Professor of Modern French Thought and Culture at the University of Cambridge, where he is also the Anthony Lister Fellow and Director of Studies in Modern and Medieval Languages at Queen's College. He has a recent book entitled Accidental Agents, Ecological Politics Beyond the Human. I grew very suspicious at his limited biography in our guide, and whether that's a kind of policing on my part or not. I investigated and discovered, of course, that He is the author or editor of several more books, no less than 10, by my quick count, of influential works on literature, film, politics, and theory. The title of his talk today is Political Agency in the Age of the Posthuman.
Thank you, Justin. And I'd like to start by thanking Panayotis for this invitation to be part of this event in this extraordinary place, and among so many very distinguished and inspirational scholars. It is an honor to be here. Thank you. So first, just a few words as to my starting position. I'll be understanding the age of the posthuman as indicating the collapse or the refusal of the centuries-old Western fantasy of the infinite superiority of human beings over all other sublunary beings, invariably extended through these centuries to only a minority of actually existing human beings. And thanks especially to the definitive work of Catherine Hales and Rosi Braidotti, I would see this collapse or refusal having been produced by developments including the rejection of the category of man on the grounds of its constitutive exclusions, ever greater skepticism regarding the supposedly distinctive capacities of human beings, the techno-scientific modification of human body and mind at newly microscopic levels, and the unavoidable evidence both of the intertwining of human actions with the existence of the innumerable other forms of being inhabiting the planet, and of the catastrophic effects of these actions on those others. By way of example, I'll focus here on just one area in which supposedly distinctive human capacities find themselves in question. As for several of my fellow speakers, that chosen area will be digital technology in the form of the all but omnipresent operation of digital algorithms. I'll not myself be addressing the question of artificial intelligence as such, although I would be very interested in any thoughts on the compatibility or otherwise of AI with the model I'll be presenting. By processes that depend on the capacities of digital algorithms, server farms, and vast processing power. These processes are producing a mutation in the constitution of the public, whose, for now partial, recomposition in terms of user profiles, for example, poses fundamental questions to post-Enlightenment understandings of political subjectification. Massive data harvesting and granular voter profiling have redefined the production of citizens through political interpellation, in alliance with more or less legal financial instruments, semi-clandestine government surveillance and manipulation, and the digital weaponization of information. They have given rise to a political landscape whose defining operations of assembly, deliberation, and decision-making take place in part in realms inaccessible to human perception and cognition. I'll be calling this landscape digital algorithmic politics, and my concern will be the nature of the political agency that can be identified within it. The participation of digital algorithmic decision-making in all manner of social and political activities has thrown dramatic light on the relationship between human and technical forms. When the latter are conceptualized as tools, this relationship is configured as mutual exteriority, whose inevitable outcome is instrumentalization in one direction or another, either human beings remaining masters of their tools or rebel tools turning on their masters. In either direction, the only conceivable mode is domination. For the human beings imagining this relation, the affective tonalities available are accordingly triumph or panic. As Louise Amour writes, however, one does not need to look beyond the algorithm for an outside that is properly political and recognizably of ethics. The algorithm already presents itself as an ethico-political arrangement of values, assumptions, and propositions about the world. Rather than locating values exclusively on the side of transcendent human users, then, we might follow here the inspirational work of Bruno Latour and see humans and digital algorithms as mutually formative and transformative allies ranged along decision-making agential fronts of differentially distributed capacities and values. What follows? So although this is not a relation of mutual exteriority then, it certainly is a relation marked, like so many, by opacity and discontinuity. For in the case of the digital algorithm, of course, key processes, including decision-making, are often beyond human perceptual and cognitive grasp. With machine-to-machine conversations, the fully automated creation of financial value, or adaptive machine learning, we humans encounter a realm we could at best describe as quasi-phenomenal. That is, as occupied by events and processes, including the formulation and actioning of decisions that may be amenable to representation by human consciousness, but not in the time of their appearance. Encountering digital human alliances within the political sphere, we find radically distributed structures in which the politically partisan intervention of the alliance is composed of local decisions taken at positions and through processes that remain mutually opaque. As this realm is also where significant parts of political operations are taking place, we accordingly need a model of political agency that can accommodate the quasi-phenomenal decision-making of what Catherine Hales has called the cognitive non-conscious. The challenge posed by digital algorithmic technologies to the phenomenality of politics within the human life world results primarily from two aspects: scale and speed. In terms of scale, the technologies in question derive their power from their capacity to harness the massive to the granular. The step change they effect in taxonomic detailing is made possible by the massification and granular parsing of datasets. Relaying between the mega and the nano, these processes eclipse the Vitruvian scale. If the physiology of the human body acquires pertinence either as disassembled and dispersed within massive aggregates or as the locus on which their effects are registered, these effects are secured by the operation of processes out of all proportion to any individual human form. In terms of speed, the relevant discrepancy is between processes of electronic transmission in biological and ICT systems. These speeds have mostly been discussed in relation to high-frequency trading, HFT. In 2017, Catherine Hales described HFT algorithms as conducting trades in 5 milliseconds or less. By 2019, only 2 years later, Donald Mackenzie could give the equivalent time as 84 nanoseconds. For comparison, human consciousness takes about half a second to register perceptions. As Catherine Hales observes, this disparity radically estranges human and digital algorithmic temporalities. The microtemporalities of HFT, she writes, are inherently inaccessible to human cognition, which can follow their electronic traces only in a temporal window that has, from the viewpoint of the algorithm, already faded into the past, but which, for the inquiring human, resides in the future of conscious recognition. Conversations between high-frequency trading algorithms produce and wipe out value in a realm beyond human perception and cognition, which can register the consequences of some of these actions, which is after all their point from the human perspective, but to which the vast majority remain opaque. This is the new level of cognition, which my colleague, AI researcher Neil Lawrence, calls System Zero, and which he describes as an emergent property of the digital oligarchy. I'll return to this. These effects of scale and speed place the operations of the digital algorithmic beyond the human sensorium. As Mark Hansen writes, they impact our experience without yielding any perceptual correlate. In addition, non-rules-based adaptive machine learning and the development of accretive algorithmic ecosystems generate processes whose complexity is beyond explanatory reconstruction in the terms of human narrative, and which for this reason remain opaque to human agents. This discontinuity gives rise to justified anxieties on the part of the human beings who find their capacities outstripped. With human consciousness and perception partly bypassed, a financially profitable gulf opens up between human and digital algorithmic phenomenality. When digital algorithmic processes become operational within the political realm and further monetizable on the basis of this operationality, this gulf places in crisis the phenomenality of politics itself. The rhythm of deliberative democracy is indexed to the apprehension of phenomena within the human sensorium. When forms of political address, for example, are enacted, analyzed, and managed by procedures to which this sensorium has no access, politics starts to take place below and beyond the threshold of human experience. The discrepancies of scale, speed, and complexity between human and digital thus install the transcendence of the former by the latter. But significantly, this transcendence is perceptual and cognitive, it is not ontological. Accordingly, such perceptual and cognitive transcendence announces perhaps not the end of politics, but an emergent political form, differently articulated. We might get an intimation of this from the weird solidarities sociologist of digital labor Karen Gregory imagines at work in contemporary data alliances. As Gregory writes, the value currently extracted from data, quote, is already predicated on a social body and the generative connections that can be forged among its constituent elements. And these elements, she specifies, do not necessarily have to reduce to the human. Crucial here is Gregory's insistence that, as she puts it, we must also take up the notion of weird solidarity to explore how the more than us but not us is giving rise to new forms of sociality and social relations. In Gregory's words, a map of this weird terrain is necessary to foster a politics of solidarity that understands how and where value is being produced. Just as Karl Marx identifies the conditions of possibility of revolutionary action precisely in the industrial concentration of the working class, so Gregory allows us to think that the already existing fact of intimate, saturated coexistence between human and digital technical forms opens new forms of political action. Gregory writes, a weird solidarity is already being created among us in and through the ubiquitous project of building algorithms into every facet of day-to-day life. That solidarity is there, and so it is there for us to see, to experiment with, and to build from. So we're now in a position to see what this might look like in terms of political agency. Various existing alliances between human and digital participants are characterized by the distribution of consequential decision-making across their agential fronts. Geopolitically, this distribution is most acutely evident in the area of digital security and warfare. Here, as Louise Amour and Rita Rayleigh write, quote, advances in non-rules-based machine learning algorithms are producing new forms of political authority in which the algorithms authorize what or who is surfaced for the attention of a security analyst who, in turn, cannot meaningfully access this process of authorizing and surfacing. The example of this with the most extreme consequences would be so-called signature strikes, the military version of algorithmic governmentality, in which targets are identified not as individuals, but as profiles, defined by Lauren Wilcox as, quote, packages of information that become icons for killable bodies on the basis of behavior analysis and a logic of preemption, unquote. In such instances, The drone pilot or security analyst is no longer the sole locus of decision. To quote Amor and Rayleigh, she is a composite figure of distributed human and non-human agency. Consequently, the moment of security decision remains an indefinite moment of profound uncertainty, jointly taken by human and algorithmic actors with neither having access to the other's decision-making processes. If the decision to kill this individual may depend on that human being, the prior designation of the individual as killable clearly does not. The decision that this individual is to be killed is irreducibly and irrecoverably distributed. As Catherine Hales has shown, to insist on the composite nature of an agential alliance is not to amalgamate all of its positions into an indifferent mass. On the contrary, such insistence allows more and better agential differentiation. As Hales writes with reference to drone strikes, quote, "Understanding the situation as a cognitive assemblage highlights this reality and foregrounds both the interplay between human and technical cognitions and the asymmetric distribution of ethical responsibility in whatever actions are finally taken," unquote. Far from cloistering responsibility on one side of a gulf, this kind of heightened attention better delineates its differential distribution across sites of action. On the basis of such more and better differentiation, and in addition to their geopolitical significance, the lessons of global securitization and drone warfare can significantly inform a theoretical model of digital algorithmic political agency through the sharpened account of responsibility imposed by their differential distribution of decision-making along fronts composed of human and non-human actors. And so it becomes possible to conceive of such distributed agency in political form. If we move into the realm of social policy, and Melanie has already discussed some examples from this area, we find a still greater share of decision-making processes claimed by digital algorithmic operations. Philip Alston, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, declared in October 2019, for example, that the era of digital governance is upon us, defined specifically by the automation of decisions in the areas of policing, security and surveillance, immigration and welfare. Alston's remit sees him focus particularly on the arrival of what he calls the digital welfare state in many countries across the globe. Looking ahead, he states that there is little doubt that the future of welfare will be integrally linked to digitization and the application of AI. This is the production of what Virginia Eubanks has termed the digital poorhouse, in which, quote, automated eligibility systems, ranking algorithms, and predictive risk models control which neighborhoods get policed, which families attain needed resources, who is shortlisted for employment, and who is investigated for fraud, unquote. The integration of digital algorithmic systems into welfare provision is indeed well advanced. With reference to the United States, Eubanks notes that automated eligibility is now standard practice in almost every state's public assistance office. In Eubanks' summary, 40 years ago, human discretion still ruled the day. Today, we have ceded much of that decision-making power to sophisticated machines. Philip Alston's attention is primarily directed to instances in which such approaches have generated injustice, in order to underline the importance of human oversight, emphasizing the discriminatory effects of these approaches in terms especially of race and class, and the self-validating algorithmic amplification of prior decisions. Eubanks goes beyond local instances to identify the systemic coherence of this tendency as what she calls a feedback loop of injustice, a generation of astonishing sophisticated technologies that automate discrimination and deepen inequality. Now, for my purposes here, the salient fact is the inaccessibility of the digital algorithmic decisions in question, which even with increased human oversight may prove irrecoverable. In the case of the automation of eligibility decisions in Ontario in 2014 through the Social Assistance Management System, for example, discussed by Philip Alston, the digital system, quote, made decisions very difficult to understand for both recipients and staff. This opacity is frequently at the centre of concerns about such automation. Reporting for Algorithm Watch on a case from the Swedish Public Employment Service in which 10 to 15% of automated decisions were likely to have been incorrect, Tom Wills notes that it is unclear whether it will be possible to identify and correct the erroneous decisions and when exactly the problem started. From the perspective of the citizen who is targeted by an algorithm, Eubanks writes that you get a sense of a pattern in the digital noise, but you can't put your finger on exactly what's amiss. More fundamentally, it may also be the case that no human analyst can trace the decision in question. Speed, scale, complexity, and non-rules-based machine learning sequester the digital algorithmic decision for digital understanding, locking in the distribution of social policy decisions across the human-digital divide. In warfare, security, and social policy, we can thus see the distributed decision in action, and its drastic stakes also remind us of the confrontational stance of the alliances concerned. Sensors, software, operators, commanders, managers, government, and other public officials. Across these three areas, we see such participants composing agential alliances that operate decisively on one side of a clash of interests. In the cases I've just considered, they are also aligned on the dominant side of existing power relations. Indeed, I've focused on these examples precisely because of their often fatal and discriminatory outcomes. Partly because this makes their confrontational character strikingly apparent, but partly also because the severity of these outcomes throws the harshest light on our understanding of the agential dynamics involved. Faced with such outcomes, the urge to insist on the need for more extensive human oversight is strong. We should make our tools behave better. But the opacity inherent to these systems has already by definition withdrawn them from any such instrumental relation, and consequently from any such comprehensive oversight. This is emphatically not to argue for indifference or resignation in the face of these outcomes. It is, however, to argue that effective engagement cannot be grounded in a transparency that will always remain out of reach. Whether we are interested in addressing digitally enacted violence and discrimination, or in enlisting digital algorithmic technologies in more progressive causes, we will have to understand these not as tools, but as actual and potential allies. Now, between the geopolitical realm of drone strikes and the social realm of welfare decisions lies the realm of politics, perhaps. That is, of decisions as to the nature and conditions of existence in common. So, do we also see composite decision-making between human and digital algorithmic participants here? I would suggest that such alliances are indeed in evidence in contemporary forms of activism. From Me Too to Black Lives Matter, from Roads Must Fall to the hacktivism of Anonymous, say, varied and antagonistic forms of interventionist digital solidarity are already active, including opposition to the fatal and discriminatory actions of dominant digital human alliances in such areas as securitization, policing, welfare, and voter registration. The agency displayed by these alliances constitutes a significant development in political culture, presenting new kinds of antagonistic intervention which crystallize where the exercise of power meets the dynamics of group formation and the modalities of action operated by their platforms. these embed digital human decision-making processes within the confrontational agential alliance as a whole, which also comprises other participants, such as funding mechanisms, media outlets, print, broadcast, and digital, and the forms of a pre-digital civil society, including street protests, speaker meetings, and legal action. And the action of these alliances takes place right along this front, with particular militant inflections at key positions. But the alliances in question are irreducibly defined by the visibility and anonymity, the speed and social penetration, the geographical concentration and dispersal, and the deliberative plasticity of their particular digital human coalitions. That is to say, they are defined by the particular mesh they present of human and digital algorithmic decision makers, which, at their respective positions along the agential front, take local decisions that define these and other qualities of the alliance in action, and thereby compose its partisan political alignment. If the actions of such alliances are politically decisive, interruptive, and, in some cases, emancipatory, the mutating real-time rhythm of these actions sees authorship of even key moments similarly distributed across the alliance, as its decisions emerge in part via quasi-phenomenal operations of data processing, feedback, anticipation, and modification. To pluralize authorship of political action in this way is not to undermine the contributions of the human participants concerned. On the contrary, in identifying eminent sites of accountability, it offers more and better differentiation of how and where effective interventions are made, how and where the contributions of human participants interact with those of their digital allies, what kinds of responsibility may be attributed to these different participants, and what practices of deliberation and contestation the alliance sustains. Some of the forms in question certainly function to short-circuit such practices. The alliances of social media platforms, quasi-legal funding mechanisms, fine-grained user profiling, and populist grotesques that have characterized so much recent digital politics are plainly anti-deliberative in orientation. And others, such as the discriminatory forms of digital biopolitics we saw above, no less plainly constitute newly capillary regimes of social exclusion. But these exclusionary and repressive effects are not in themselves attributable to the digital human character of the alliances concerned, as is readily indicated by the existence of those digital human alliances whose political interventions are contestatory and potentially emancipatory, from Minneapolis to Johannesburg and beyond. To my mind, then, the key aspect is not so much the composite nature of the alliance as the conditions of its operation. For this reason, I find the opacity of digital algorithmic decision-making less concerning than the facts that, regardless of the field in which it is located, and whether this is nominally in the public or private sector, such decision-making overwhelmingly serves the interests of what Neil Lawrence calls the digital oligarchy, and requires both vast server farms whose drastic environmental consequences are barely recognized, and super-exploited content moderators, principally in the global south. As Bruno Latour knew, not all participants in an alliance are equally willing or equally enthusiastic. There are conscripts as well as career officers. Political agency has always been differentially distributed across composite alliances of technical forms, pottery shards, paper and pencil, broadcast media, underground websites, and more or less inclusive groups of human beings. In all such formations, the question for me would concern less the composite nature of these alliances than the power relations structuring their actions. A corresponding evaluative framework for the digital human alliances of our political landscape would involve questions such as, which capacities emerge for which participants at which sites in the alliance? What forms of decision-making thereby become possible at these different sites and across the agential front as a whole? What are the power differentials between the participants? Which interests are furthered and which occluded, not only by their decisions, but also by the structure of their composite decision-making? If the partisan digital human alliances I've sketched here look unlike a conventional picture of politics, then one virtue of this change of perspective may perhaps be that the differential quality of these compositions, and so the discrimination, exploitation, and violence, as well as actual and potential liberation, that form part of the distribution of agential capacities within and between conflicting alliances, can no longer be ignored. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to all of you for patiently waiting your turn to ask questions and initiate discussion. I believe we have plenty of time for discussion now. I mean, not too much, but 15 minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes of discussion, then a break, and then the round table. Is the microphone circulating again today, or is that something for yesterday evening only? It's coming. Okay, just a moment. Please.
Hello, I just wanted not having wide knowledge in the realm of AI, I must say I was very impressed by the planetary cognitive ecology that Professor Hales demonstrated, which I think... Yes. I say that not having a wide knowledge in the realm of AI, I was impressed by the planetary cognitive ecology that Professor Hales described in very nice way, an intelligent way. And I think it is very much linked with Professor Manilier's speech yesterday. And the other thing is that I wanted to ask Professor Melanie, how come that she chose Bosnia-Herzegovina and Lebanon? I haven't read your book, but I was very interested to see why, how come you chose those?
Well, with reference, so the reason I chose them is because I'm writing a larger book about these places, and why did I choose those places for the book? Is because, I'll try to be succinct. These are obviously places that were the sites of violence waged ostensibly along ethno-national or sectarian lines, and the violence ended decades ago, so we have the opportunity to observe on the ground how people actually live together. And so those are the approximate reasons why I chose these places. And without getting into much detail, I think we need, as social scientists, to look at how people live organically on the ground. And actually, as the discussion at this forum here has highlighted, in cyberspace as well. Because many of the approaches, well-intentioned approaches to addressing conflict waged along ethnic or sectarian lines are premised on things like the contact hypothesis from the famous social psychologist Gordon Allport. And I won't go into too much detail on that, but this has spurred an entire industry of researchers and NGOs trying to promote better intergroup relations after violence on the base of productive contact, whether it's on shared vocational training programs or sports programs or whatever it might be. And some of the leading researchers in this field have shown that these programs are bumping up against limitations. They're not working that well. And so I think what's instructive about these places and where we should be looking more is in observational research, in how have people, in the absence of interventions by researchers, by NGOs, to try to improve intergroup relations, how have people come to live together and construct or reconstruct social relations across group lines. So that's why I chose these places, because the violence ended decades ago, and it was perpetrated in the name of these divisions, even if I and other experts on these places don't believe that those divisions actually spurred the origins of the conflict. So that's my immediate answer.
In Israel, for instance, with the Palestinians, no? And isn't it?
Yes, although I think the dynamics of that conflict, which I've been speaking about and writing about to some degree and addressing quite extensively on my own campus, which you may or may not have noticed has made it somehow into the international news around this issue, although I think there are better topics to cover than Harvard politics in the news. Yes, I do. Some of the insights from the research I think are quite relevant to that context. The difference is that in the Bosnia case, in Lebanon, in Northern Ireland, in other conflicts where you have power sharing agreements, the dynamics of conflict have been much more equal, whereas in Israel-Palestine you have an asymmetric conflict where one side clearly has more power, more resources, more international backing by powerful actors that changes the dynamic of the conflict. So I think there's a slightly different set of dynamics that don't translate 100% across here, even if each side thinks that they are the victim, there is, in objective terms, an asymmetry of the conflict. So I think it makes it somewhat different.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. So both yesterday and today, a word that that I heard mentioned again was regulation and the need for regulation. I heard Professor Floridi mentioned it, Professor Breidotti, Professor Kamet. Now, from my vantage point in the financial services industry, I'm also in a senior position in the main lobbying body of the insurance industry in Brussels. So we have the pleasure of working with and lobbying with the regulator for insurance, the Commission, the European Parliament. So we just had elections. So without going into detail, I mean, just to give you a 30-second case study, you have dirty databases where you have my name spelled 3 different ways. This is a huge problem in the financial industry across the world. You could not practically solve it in an economically feasible way in the past many decades. Now with AI, you can literally solve it in 1 minute, in 1 hour. In 1 minute is more accurate and with very low cost. But Professor Breidotti mentioned, I remember the acronym only, GDPR, the protection of data, which is a good thing, right? Except that now with GDPR, it's not allowed to be solved the way it can be solved. So back to square one. So I'm just making the point that as technology advances, other things move, and you don't know which direction you're going. But my experience has been that when you have technological developments that are not easily understood, are very complex, and you have political bodies like the European Parliament, to give you an example, who don't understand them very well, if there's not something in it for them, they become extremely conservative just to get rid of the problem. So what happens then in a capitalist society? Capital moves away to another country where regulation is different and easier, and so on and so forth. So I'm just saying, you marry capitalism, which I'm all for, obviously, technology, and politicians who, I don't know, don't have the time, the energy, or the interest to delve deep into issues, and regulation becomes something unpredictable. I will leave it at that. So I appreciate your comments.
Can I speak? Can I speak as the old-fashioned European social democrat? Deregulation does not work, and deregulation doesn't do any service to democracy. The 2018 General Data Protection Regulation is already enforced in our system to protect people from being data mined to death by the tech companies that take every single bit of data that can out of you in the digital version of the extractivist economy that worries all of us who care not only for privacy, but also for human dignity in the broadest sense of the term. There can be way around the slowing down. See, the problem with democracy, it's a slow system. It's a time-consuming system. Now, if you centralize everything, it's so much quicker, yeah, but then you don't have democratic participation by everybody. The 2022 Declaration on Digital Rights and Principle, which is being enforced now, demands transparency and accountability for the algorithms that the 4 tech companies, all of them Americans, are actually deploying at the moment. It has allowed the European Commission to sue Google and Apple for a number of transgressions and actually win the cases. The last one was a few days ago. Don't believe me if you're an anti-Europeanist, but you would be wrong in being a Eurosceptic. Go to the Princeton dialogue between Verstager and Alondra Nelson, who is leading the American AI Bill of Rights discussion, which has already been drafted by the Biden administration in an attempt to create a Western alliance of democracies who are trying to stop the digital oligarchy, if I may quote many of our distinguished colleagues, in an era of declining American geopolitical power when we have also the Chinese to worry about and that type of data mining protection. This is the situation that we're facing. I think a public discussion about what modes and forms of regulation is necessary. And this is what the democratically elected European Parliament is trying to do. We elect the European Parliament. If people don't go to vote, it's a different discussion. It's democratically elected. We choose them to do a certain work for us. Bless the Council of Europe that is supporting the Delphi Cultural Center. This process needs to go on democratically opening forms of regulation to decide what mode of posthumans we want to become. I forgot to thank the translator, Marta, forgive me. You were very kind to me. Retrospectively, I add this to the end of my speech. Thank you.
So I think this raises a really important set of questions because we need to regulate, right? I mean, there's so many dangers, and there is this cat and mouse game whereby private firms and investors and so forth come up with new innovations, and I'm thinking more the financial sector per se, where I have some friends and colleagues that are involved in U.S. Financial institutions, and so in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, there was this push to regulate, right? And so So what happened was you have all these, this pressure to regulate, and financial markets should be regulated, and these things like high-frequency trading are enormously destabilizing. So I believe that we need regulation. The problem is that the incentive structures, at least in American capitalism, it might be somewhat different in the European Union, are such that people with the most expertise and technical skill want to go into private sector firms. They don't, it's not sexy and attractive to go into the SEC, right? So you have an imbalance of knowledge where the most, skilled people, I guess, for lack of a better word, go into private sector firms. The rewards are there, the salaries are higher in the United States than in Europe. And they're not interested in working for the regulators. And even the regulators themselves have subtle incentives or not so subtle incentives not to regulate too much, because there's a empirically demonstrated revolving door between who goes into the SEC and then who goes into private sector firms. So I think, we have a problem here, because we need these people that select into these, the Goldman Sachs of the world, to go into the SEC and to collaborate with regulators. Our public sector institutions are never going to pay the salaries of Goldman Sachs. So we need some kind of, ethical reward or something. It needs to be valorized to be part of this, to have more of a partnership between the private sector and the public sector in regulation, because there are countless examples of, in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, the people working in private sector investment firms outsmarting in this cat and mouse game the regulators, and then regulation also on the flip side being dumb regulation, too blunt, not effective, and not actually achieving what it needs to achieve to allow markets to do some good. There are actually some positives, I suppose. It's not all negative, without detrimental consequences.
To be clear, I'm all for regulation. I'm just commenting that I've seen so many disinterested, not well-informed, biased politicians. It doesn't mean that because they're all like that, it doesn't mean that because it's that we shouldn't have regulation, that it's very worrisome. That's the point I'm making. It's not an easy problem to solve. If you look at the European Parliament and you look at people who talk to the European Parliament, you will understand what I mean. So,
I wanted to, speaking of non-democratic regulation, it's my job to step in here at this time and say that we're out of time. And we have a roundtable coming up, so the discussion will continue. Let me just thank our speakers and translators so much. Yep. We'll return after a short break.
Ας περάσουμε μέσα. Όχι σιγά σιγά, γρήγορα. Για να ξεκινήσουμε. Παντελή. In English. So it's a pleasure to have with us at the round table Professor Anthony Hadjimoisis, who is Professor of Contemporary Philosophy and Chair of the Department of History and Philosophy of Science at the University of Athens. Antonis Hadjimoisis has held academic posts at University College London and MIT. As well as Theodore Arapatzis, who is Professor of History and Philosophy of Science at the University of Athens. Theodore Arapatzis has had several fellowships at Princeton University and the Max Planck Institute, and has been the president of the European Society for the History of Science. We also have with us Professor Andreas Goffas, the director of the European Cultural Center of Delphi. So at the beginning, Professor Hadjimoisis will say a few words. He will share some thoughts of his with us, and after him, Professor Arapatzis, and then we'll, I think you're going also to ask a couple of questions.
Gladly.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the invitation, the chance to be in this round table among esteemed colleagues. I would like to start with what I would call the paradox of information. Taking my lead from Professor Floridis' talk yesterday, you mentioned the 3C approach, so coordination, cooperation, collaboration. Ideally, the flow of information should help us deal with the major problem of perspective taking so as to move towards perspective sharing. Now, we have a traditional name for it, which is empathy, as a both affective and cognitive skill. However, instead of a politics of empathy in the social media, what we encounter is a politics of anger. And taking also some hints from Professor Braidotti and Martin Crowley, I try to understand why anger is so popular, why the politics of anger is such a big business nowadays in the cyberspace. I think this has to do with two aspects of the concept of anger. The first is that when someone is trying to offend us or belittle us, we think that this offense is unjust. So anger implies a sense of missing justice. And the second aspect of anger is, of course, that we do not feel totally powerless. We think as if we have the ability to respond, to strike back. What happens, I think, is that in a total reversal of conceptual priorities, by feigning anger or by buying into the politics of anger, we find a narrative of justice and of emancipatory powerfulness. So what seems to be missing from our sense of identity is found in the space of rage. And this also takes me to Professor Braidotti's talk, the notion of subjectivity has two aspects. You can be the subject of or subject to. You can be a source of agency, or you can be subjected to norms. Now, supposedly, Spinoza had an answer for both aspects of our being, but within the Spinozist system, we are just modes of the one. Call it God or nature, whatever you like. If we start from the bottom up, so if we take as our main currency our citizenship, and we think of citizens as irreducibly different, we might commit ourselves to some sort of ontology that does not allow for this holistic, or some would say totalitarian view that some find in traditional Spinozism. So how can we nowadays deal with this challenge? And finally, and this goes back to Martin Crowley's talk and also Patrice Magnet's talk, we try often epistemically to second-guess ourselves. I mean, all the literature about AI, especially outside the academia, is a guessing game. We try to foretell. And we have the fearful scenario or the hopeful scenario. But I think epistemically these are the wrong attitudes because they're both passive. What we need to deal with is, on the one hand, a notion of epistemic anxiety that makes us part of the problem, makes us accountable for how things will turn out, and to respond not with just nice ideas or optimistic forecasts, but with some sort of resolution. And I think that this is also why Professor Floridis' image of the tug of war, of this rope that can move either way, can be an initiative for trying to see how the post, in the post-human, is actually a commitment to a certain projection. We project ourselves for the next day in a different way than the way we tend to take for granted in the non-academic literature. Try to make the best of what sort of identity we want to have next week, in a month's time, in 10 years' time. Okay, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Yes, Professor, but there's a few comments first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I have to say I was pleasantly surprised when I received the invitation because I have no expertise on the topic. I haven't worked on issues related to the topic of the conference. My background is in history and philosophy of science. So I will say a few things about the possible relevance of history and philosophy of science to the topic of the conference. Now, history and philosophy of science has to do with history, of course, and I tend to think more about the past than about the present and the future, but at the same time, the past is relevant to understanding the present, and I don't want to say predicting, but perhaps guessing about future developments. And so one thing that I found missing in the talks, and I'm not saying this as a criticism, but I found missing a historical perspective on the developments that we are living through. I want to comment on one particular aspect. We live in an age where researchers and universities are evaluated on the basis of various metrics. In the good old days, we were evaluated on the basis of human judgment. These days, we are evaluated on the basis of the number of citations, age indices, and so on. Now, these metrics track the impact of scholarly work, the academic impact of scholarly work, and provide no information about its quality. And I think this has a lot to do with lack of trust, the attempt to be, quote-unquote, objective in our evaluations. And this is not something new. This has its origins, this goes back at least to the 19th century. Two works from the historical literature are relevant here. The first is Ted Porter's work, Trust in Numbers. where he argues that one of the functions of quantification was to compensate for the lack of trust in human judgment. And this is a similar theme in Rainey Daston's and Peter Gallison's book on objectivity, where they trace what they call mechanical objectivity in the 19th century. I think that we see a similar trend today, that is a shift from the qualitative evaluation of academic performance, among other things, to the quantitative evaluation by machines. Now, the other thing that I want to, the other dimension of HPS that I want to say a few things about is the philosophical dimension. What kind of philosophical tools do we have for understanding these unbelievable developments and that take place at a pace that is very hard for us to follow. Now here, I want to mention an old book that I think is still relevant and also fresh in some ways. And I have in mind Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. It was published in the early 1960s, and it is considered a milestone in history and philosophy of science, and it raised all kinds of issues about the rationality of scientific development. Kuhn argued that scientific development is non-cumulative. There are gains, but there are losses also. There are epistemic losses associated with its major development. So again, I think that something similar has been taking place, and I understand that this was a theme in some of the talks. There have been gains. We are able to do things that we were not able to do before, but at the same time, there are losses. And I would like to invite the speaker to reflect on those losses. What is lost, with the transition to the algorithmic age, to the extensive use of AI. So that's all for, for a start.
Okay, thank you, Professor Avapadzis. Professor Goffers would like to make any comments, or you may want to have any questions for later.
Let me just raise a general question. When we started publicizing the event, many colleagues raised an eyebrow with the term posthuman, because even though the term has gained track in the field of philosophy, in the wider field of the social sciences, is a term with which many colleagues were unfamiliar, myself included, I have to concede. So I keep wondering the following, given the proliferation of terms with a post, something, is it the post-human term indicative of some sort of, for lack of a better term, theoretical embarrassment or perplexity? We cannot actually fully figure out what is going on, so we use that term because we're still in the process of understanding. Hence, we try to conceal our conceptual embarrassment. Or is it an analytical edifice of convenience? And I came that when I heard Rosie, whose passion I really envy, I have to say, when she was saying that it's a complex of things that it's under investigation here, and I found that very convincing. So if that is indeed the case, is the post-human just an umbrella term under which we put all that, or is it the theoretical embarrassment that I said? A question to everybody, obviously.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. And Mr. Alexander Savigioriou, who is the CEO of Eurolife, FFH, our the grandest possible sponsor, also has a few comments and perhaps questions.
At least we do something good, right? So, being the only one who's not a professor in this group, first of all, I'm very humbled, and I feel that the only contribution that I can make, excuse me? So, the only contribution that I can make is just to present to you not from the academic perspective, obviously, but from real life, a case study that somebody in my position might be facing today as we speak or over the next few months. Because as I said, this AI, etc., is here and now, is not next year or even in 5 years. So imagine you are running a financial services company, you have hundreds of thousands of customers, and you have a call center with a couple of hundred people who, much like all of us, have been calling call centers for one reason or another. Now, up to now, the person who answers the phone and is presented with a problem that might be trivial or not so trivial is a human being who may be having a good day, a bad day, may be well prepared, not so well prepared on the specific issue that he or she is being asked about, and will answer, and will give an answer to the best of their knowledge and their ability, but they perceive, in the question there may be something where they round the answer a bit, maybe they tell a white lie to sort of save face for the company, or not, they're human beings. And in answering, they're not regulated. I come back to, because nobody will regulate whether I tell a little white lie or a big white lie or not, just answer straightforward. And then, a few months later, literally a few months from now, you can have AI in the place of the person, and this AI will answer with if I'm sure you're following, ChatGPT 4.0, not 0.0, for Omni, answers in a human way and laughs and, sounds very much like a human, and with very little latency, answers in milliseconds. So, sounds the same as a human, but this model can then be trained by whom? By the company, probably, or I don't know, I really don't know, to tell no white lies, nothing, you just give the answer straightforward, or you round it a bit to save face, or maybe you lie in a big way, which we don't want, obviously, and because this has other repercussions. And experts in AI tell me that models can very much be trained and calibrated to in what way they answer. And I say, obviously, you need regulation for that, but I'm just presenting this because the regulators are not there yet, we are not there yet, nobody's there yet, and yet the technology is here today. So just some food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakellaropoulou. So let me explain to you that my approach to this roundtable discussion is very democratic and, to use a Deleuzian term, very rhizomatic as well. So I'm not going to, sorry, not arborescent, Rosie. So there's no any strict order. So following the ancient Greek motto, "Tis agorevin voulete," whoever wants to speak first. So who wants to speak first and to respond, to react to those comments and questions? Rosie.
No, I didn't. Did you notice the coercion by charm that makes Professor Roilers the success that he is, apart from his remarkable competences? Thank you. Overwhelming questions, and what a great dialogue. This would require, of course, much longer. We all know that. I will address maybe the points that were directly spoken to me, very relevant and very complex. Starting from Professor Sakellaropoulou, if I pronounce it correctly. The idea that the Spinozist ontology is a kind of a messy holism is a standard objection to Spinoza.
Rosa, it was Professor Hadjimoisis. Yes.
Just Anthony.
I'm not a professor yet.
Both of them did.
Sure.
Sorry, you just turned them around. Oh, interesting. Sorry. Anyway, that objection is a pretty standard objection to Spinoza. It's the one that made Hegel think of him as a hippie fool. He didn't speak in those terms, but who believes that we're all part of nature. And there's a long history to that we can skip. But what interests me is the modern reappraisals of Spinoza through two essential areas, really. French philosophy post-68, Balibar, Deleuze, the early Toni Negri, the Negri of the anomalous, savage anomaly, the role of the imagination in Spinoza, which is a remarkable book, and then he goes the wrong way. But that moment where they think we need a different political ontology. Why? Because capitalism is mutating. Let's not forget that the switch from Hegel to Spinoza was not an academic whim. After May 68, it was clear that the madmen were coming, that the media society were coming. The French were very quick in picking this up. Roland Barthes in 57 says media is coming. The Situationists in 63 are saying, hey, media is coming. What does that mean? Bretton Woods happens in 71 when we disengage currency from the translation into gold. That's the birth of neoliberalism, when the financial economy is born independently of the real economy. That's the moment that Gilles Deleuze photographs. And he says, if this is the case, what is capitalism telling us? That it is able to mutate, not break, bend. Sorry, Marxists. That's the moment. It bends. Consequently, the whole dialectics of the breaks from within and the power of the negative does not work for this capitalism. That's the moment. And then they go to Spinoza to look for a philosophy. I don't want too long. It is not holistic. It becomes materialist and differential. But we are variation on the same meta. Genetics is coming. The new neural sciences are coming. And I think that Andy Clark, Damasio are saying it's affectivity, it's relationality, epigenetics. We are the result of encounters. And that's the moment, not a flat ontology, a differential one. And then within that, multiple conversation and discussion. A quick annotation, Spinoza is the author of the political theological treatise. He is the thinker of radical democracy. He is the critic of Hobbes and Locke, of the social contracts. There's no such a thing. You leave people to themselves, they do really well. It's when the state intervenes that things go wrong. And I think that anarchic, liberal, the Spinoza of the commons, the digital commons, is really an interesting ally. If anything, it is very appropriated by conservative groups. And so it was in the early Gaia hypothesis. Quickly on the other one, and then I'll be quite quick forever. How to go, the umbrella term. I define the posthuman as a navigational tool and as a figuration. It's something that can guide us through a diverse range of readings and interpretation. It would be very interesting to do just a mapping of what has happened in this dialogue. Very interesting, multiple cartography. And so it must be at this point in time, because we're in the middle of the translation. So let's do the cartographies. Let's be aware who we are. The composition of the we is very important. We cannot be one unitary, universal subject. It is a heterogeneous, messy assemblage. The we in question need to reconnect to what the dualism of our scientific system has disconnected us from, nature, the environment. In that endeavor, we have great allies in our tradition. Spinoza's one, but the perspectivist, Leibniz, Viviero da Castro, a student of Deleuze, I think it was Patrice who mentioned him, with Philippe Descola, is going really to the perspectivist tradition of philosophy, Leibniz notably, to say we have Nietzsche, we have this in our tradition. So back to the future, to think this multiple perspective, and if I can think with my Australian head, non-European philosophies, the role of indigenous system. I work with my Aboriginal colleagues in Melbourne, my other city, third Greek city in the world. And we work together comparing indigenous concepts with materialist embedded continental process. It's an incredibly interesting dialogue. So comparative philosophy and a fantastic discipline that has endless resources. Sorry, a bit long.
I'm not going to call upon anybody, so please. Always, what's about to say.
Oh, it's on already. Okay. Well, thank you for calling on me, and wanted to introduce a little technical knowledge here that I think is very important for our discussions. Every company now likes to claim that it is using AI. And so AI has become a very sexy term, but there is a very clear distinction in my mind between algorithms in general and artificial intelligence. And I think it's important for us to understand that, especially if we're talking about how human supervision can intervene. So algorithms in general operate through relational databases. So you have subjects, and you divide those subjects into attributes. Are you male? Are you female? Do you live in the north? Do you live in the south? Do you make this much money, or do you make that much money? And one of the problems of relational databases is that no matter how many attributes you have, you can never capture the full complexity of the individual person. So both Melanie and Malcolm were talking about predictive policing, and there's a program called Compass which makes a recommendation on whether someone should go back to prison or be given parole and so forth. That program operates through relational databases. So how it analyzes the question is to look at all the attributes that compose this candidate, look at all the other candidates who have those attributes, and then make some recommendation. So human supervision of relational databases appropriately focuses on the part of a candidate that cannot be captured in attributes. Maybe you have an intuitive sense that this is basically a good person. That counts. And the relational database will not be able to capture that because it's an intuitive, holistic sense that cannot be broken down into attributes. So many of the algos that people have been talking about operate through these rule-based relational databases. They have their strengths, they have their limitations. In my view, no algorithm that operates on a relational database is artificial intelligence. We've had those algorithms for decades now. There's really nothing new about them. You can fine-tune what the attributes are, you can fine-tune various aspects of how the algorithm processes those attributes, but they're rule-based systems. A completely different kind of animal is what I would call an artificial intelligence based on neural net architecture. And neural net architecture is fundamentally different than analyzing a relational database. The data that an artificial network ingests is unstructured. It's not broken down into discrete attributes. And what neural nets excel at is taking this unstructured data and detecting patterns in it. And as Melanie mentioned, these patterns can reinforce human biases because human biases are implicit in that database unless it's very carefully curated. So the kind of supervision, human supervision, that you want on neural nets is fundamentally different than that for relational databases. It is to be aware of this feedback loop that Melanie was talking about, where human biases are now reinforced by artificial intelligence biases, and that's all based on the detection of implicit patterns that are there in the data. So I think it's helpful for us to keep in mind the difference between algorithmic structures and neural net structures, which I would call artificial intelligence. So that's just a general note of clarification that I hope might clarify our discussions. And then second, I'd like to address what seemed to me an immensely important problem that Melanie laid out for us. and that is you have these, what she called ethnic entrepreneurs, which I think is a wonderful phrase, ethnic entrepreneurs who want to exacerbate conflict because they get more power by exacerbating conflict. So the question here is, how can you take this tendency toward ethnic entrepreneurship and turn it in a positive direction so that these local leaders now see that it's more to their advantage to facilitate cooperation than to facilitate conflict? And her research is fascinating because it indicates that the real problem here lies not in individual people who manage to get along with each other pretty well, but rather in these local influencers. So this becomes now a primary problem. How do you turn the dynamic? And here I'd like to pick up on something that Luciano was talking about, survivability. And Rosie also mentioned that. So Luciano gave us a wonderful description of the dynamic between governance and sovereignty. Those who have the power but don't have the means of practice, those who have the means of practice but don't have the power. I think there's a similar dynamic between power and survivability. So at some point, if survival becomes extremely problematic, no one has power. If you're going to die because you've been riddled by machine guns, you don't have any power. So there's a negative point at which the positive value of survivability exceeds the positive value of power. That at some point, survivability trumps power. And the question here then becomes, how can you emphasize survivability versus power? And here I'll draw on another point that Luciano made, democratic deadlock. So if you get ethnic entrepreneurs or any kind of entrepreneurs who are facilitating conflict rather than cooperation, and that happens in a democratic environment, the result will be nothing gets done. And we see this, of course, in the US Congress, where now they can't even pass a budget. They can't even pass a budget that says we'll pay our debts. And that's a situation which is catastrophic for everyone, because everyone suffers if the national credit goes down. And so at that point, you're at the point where you're talking about financial survivability. And if your financial survivability is damaged enough, it really doesn't matter if you have power. Everyone is going to lose in that situation, and they're going to lose big. And we've seen this play out when Congress can't pass a budget, then there are disastrous financial consequences for that. So I think that part of the answer here happens in the political arena, survivability versus power. It happens on the planetary scale, survivability versus power. If people are not going to survive, it doesn't really matter how much power they have. So at some point, survivability has to trump power, both in a democratic systems or context, but also in planetary contexts. So the kind of mind shift that you were talking about, towards the terrestrial, is part of enhancing the inevitability of this trade-off dynamic between power and survivability. So that's mostly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate, for this extremely sagacious, wise comments. So any other intervention or comments on... Yes, Patrice.
Okay, so that you don't have to call anyone, I jump in the conversation. Thank you very much for all those interventions and also for the comments. I want to react to the question of the post-human and how it is relevant to our issues. I think what Rosie Braidotti said about the post-human being defined by the conjunction of three, let's say, words, which are as many challenges and issues: AI, the planetary environmental mutation, not to call it a crisis because it's not going to be resolved, and democracy. So those three things and the articulation between those three things. What do they have in common, I think? What they have in common, and that's the reason why maybe a word like the post-human comes in, is the discrepancy between agency and what we could call subjectivity. And it is true that the notion of subject, of course, has this play on subject to and subject of, so active and passive. And in fact, that's why I try to suggest the notion of citizenship is there, because to be a citizen is to be constituted as someone who is capable not only of action, but of a sense of one's own action. But that entity is constituted as a subject by its relation to collective, whatever, institutions, powers, and so on. And I think the situation in which we are and what makes those three things go together is the huge discrepancy between agencies and the selfhood or subjectivity or citizenship. And that also echoes what Luciano Floredi said about this relation between sovereignty and agency. And the notion of a subject is very much fueled by concept of subjectivity and even theological ones, as a matter of fact, in the modern tradition. So I think this is really the challenge. It's to try to put more in line or to resolve the gap, the immense gap that has been created between agency and a sense of selfhood. And it's both individual and collective. Rosie and I and many others think that the traditional notion of the universal, of self-mastery, are not sufficient to bridge that gap. Some people think they are. There is a debate here between basically the more modern Enlightenment people and the more postmodern, post-Enlightenment people, like myself, I suppose. But that I think is a challenge, and that might be one of the reasons why the notion of the post-human is very helpful here, because the notion of humanity was a way of putting together agency and sense of selfhood. Well, that was my contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. No. You keep getting interrupted. It's your turn.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just something reasonably quick, I hope, on Professor Hatzimois's point about guessing games, because that, I think, goes to this question of regulation that's been bouncing around, and there's just a couple of things I want to say in relation to that. So I want to start by the something that also we just heard about, which is the fact that moves in that guessing game, let's say currently, are repeatedly overtaken, outstripped by advances within the technology. And one reason for that is that the guessing game itself is based on notions of given capacities. Which is to say that this type of being can do this, and that type of being can do that. And the problem is that that type of being keeps being able to do that, and that, and that, and that, and to the point where you get to a step change of the kind that Catherine Hales was just describing. So, two things in relation to that. One is that in this area, and this would be true of any kind of information technology, but it's especially clearly true in this case. In this area, the guessing games themselves are not only informed by the outputs of the technology, they're also structured by the operation of the technology itself. So they have a kind of weird, recursive, reflexive dimension. It's no longer a matter of policing the operation of an object, because the operation of the object is already shaping the forms of its policing in all sorts of ways, and not just in terms of the content of the information that appears, but in terms of the structure of the processes themselves. And so linked to that is the fact then that the relative capacities on the part of the different participants are not, therefore, fixed or given in advance. They're plastic. And they're plastic as a function of this entangled relation between the different participants, in this case, human and digital. So it seems to me important, therefore, that these guessing games, which you might also read, significant regulatory attempts and existing processes, need to build in that awareness of this reflexive, recursive dimension if they're not consistently to be outstripped. So it's somehow, there's an element of plasticity and uncertainty that needs to become part of the structure of those discussions and the legislative procedures that follow from them. Otherwise, you end up with this situation in which the tool is constantly outstripping the master, and that's which is never going to be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's so many important points being raised. I'll just make a few comments. One is I'm really fascinated by this distinction between, or this juxtaposition of survivability and power. On one level, it gives us hope, right? It also evokes, for me, classic issues that political scientists and sociologists and others study about the nature of collective action and challenges to collective action. Because in order to address the enormous challenges we're facing on a planetary scale, we require human, and maybe in collaboration with the non-human, collective action. And it's almost axiomatic, maybe in the human world, that collective action is easier among smaller numbers of actors than large numbers of actors. I mean, we know this from Mansur Olson and many others. So I wonder, how can people act collectively around survivability? It is an existential question, but it raises issues of at what scale, as we were talking about yesterday with Patrice, what scale do you have collective action and how can this come about? I actually get inspired by the anger. We were talking about this in the coffee break with some of the journalists here present. I get inspired by the anger of Gen Z and millennials. Because they're not going to put up with this. At least some portion of them are not going to put up with this. And I think that inspires collective action. I'm not trying to say that it is the job of Gen Zs and millennials to clean up the mess that Gen X and boomers and others have made. I apologize for that. But they are truly inspirational, and they also have, they're digital natives, so I think they have capacities to act collectively and to organize in ways, perhaps leveraging the post-human or various dimensions of it to do so. So that's my hopeful thought. And maybe survivability is an inspiration for this form of collective action. I just think that this brings me to my next point, which is we need a shared sense of community in order to collectively act. And we don't have this on a global scale. Others have made this point. And I mean, I see this in my own work at the very local level. There is no shared conception of, say, the national political community in the places where I work. It's not to say people aren't committed to a Lebanese national identity or a Bosnian or whatever it might be, but what they understand to be that national identity is quite different depending on who you talk to. And that has implications for collective action, because we know that we need a we in order to think that we have a shared interest to act collectively. So can fragmented, and I have started a conversation about this with Patrice the other day, or yesterday, about this, but can these fragmented we's act in a way that is effective to address the enormous challenges that we have? And then I just want to make one final comment, which gets at this point about qualitative sensibilities, which I think are very important. I'm a mixed methods researcher, so I use quantitative and qualitative methods in my research. And I started as a purely qualitative researcher and moved into more quantitative research. And what I'm finding is that the quantitative research is sort of barren in some ways, that we need a qualitative sensibility to understand what is actually going on. And so it never feels complete for me, at least for the questions that I address, to address them in a purely quantitative way. But I wonder whether this is evolving over time. I mean, not the algorithms, but the artificial intelligence, does it have qualitative sensibilities? Can it develop more of a qualitative sense to at least mimic, if not have its own human consciousness in a way? I mean, Kate was describing the other day over lunch how she's been having conversations with ChatGPT about literature that she's engaging with, and ChatGPT 4 is having intelligent responses in ways, it's subtle, nuanced ways of addressing some of the concerns or questions that she raises in reading some of the literature she's engaging with. So I wonder whether we're evolving into a world in which these forms of AI are developing qualitative sensibilities, and I leave it to others to tell me where the limits of, and what's the value added that we humans will have and always have.
Thanks, Melanie. I think the question, the issue of the possibility of qualitative sensibilities of AI, etc., is very, very relevant, I think, Luciano, to digital ethics. Or I would expect that it has a lot to do with that. So any comments on this point or on anything else?
I thought I could be forgotten in the background.
You can never be forgotten. No.
So I was taking notes, first of all, a reminder, I never thank you for the invitation yesterday, so apologies. Bad manners, but it was the enthusiasm of participating. Anyway, I was taking plenty of notes because I think I participated in this meeting more as a student, admitting that some of the things that were said were very informative, instructive. Some of them were, I'm not sure I actually was up to the task of following entirely, but it's been enlightening. And so I have a little summary of the things I've learned, and I know we don't have many minutes. So I gather that I think a lot of people here said that we live in a world where online, offline, you are from the 90s. We live on life, constantly connected, all the day, and if you think you're not, your mobile phone is geotagging you as we speak, just in case, okay? So experience, the experience that we live in this post-human world is on life. The space in which we live, I think it was clear during the 2 days, is an infosphere. That's where we spend all our time, like it or not. And it's very inclusive, but it is made a lot of information. And the time, I had the impression, again, listening, that is even more historical than it has ever been, meaning that we depend on the technologies that make the transition from prehistory to history, writing, and then the book, and then the computer, etc. So we depend even more. So there is no end of history, despite some bad books around, but there is hyper-history. We are hyper-historical, if you like a word. You don't have to have it. But so we live on life, we live in an infosphere, we live hyper-historically, at least in some corners of the world. There's always someone reminding me that some people have never made a telephone call. I know, of course, and their life is determined by those who actually made the telephone call. So don't forget about that. So that's the background. Because of that background, I think we also heard, at least that's what I'm bringing home, that we are looking at two architectures coming together. One is the digital. If we had had this meeting only a year ago, we would have been talking about the metaverse and virtual reality. This year, the new flavor is AI. Trust me, in a year or two, it will be something else. But all these pieces of the digital, internet becoming web, becoming social media, data becoming databases, and then becoming something you train your AI on, etc., mobile phones and blockchains, etc., they are building this infosphere, this hyper-historical life, this on-life experience. The other architecture, we also heard today and yesterday, is the legal architecture, at least in Europe. We're lucky because we live within a context where someone is thinking in terms of what rules. And so we heard about the GDPR, you heard about the AI Act, but of course, especially some people have heard about the Digital Service Act, the Digital Markets Act, the AI Liability Act. This is the European architecture that we are building in parallel to the digital architecture. I'm almost there, because I think that a lot of the conversation between on-life experience, informational space, hyper-historical time, two architectures growing as we speak, is that we have some resources to deal with all this. Some, I like to think in terms of design resources, give shape to this digital and legal world, and they are classic. And trust me, I'm from Rome. I can't claim to be a Greek philosopher, but as close as it gets, so to speak. And so since the good old days, we have had three resources, and there are always three, and there will always be three to shape all this. One is nomos, the law. You regulate, since old days. The other one is paideia. You teach and teach and teach, and you make sure that the new citizens will be taught again and again. But above all, behind all this, you need to understand, and that is your philosophia. So we got the law, nomos, paideia, and philosophy, and repeat. Those are the three resources we have to give shape to those two architectures that they are shaping our life experience, our infosphere, and our hyper-historical sort of time. To answer, again, picking up from what has been said, almost there. I wrote down basically three questions. What people we want to be, what world we want to live in, and what society we want to build. What people, what world, what society. It's classic. But we are at the dawn of a new age. And that's why, despite all I heard yesterday and today, I cannot buy entirely into the post anything. I understand we are post. That is chronologically correct and inevitable. But I like to think that we will have the resources to think of ourselves as a new step. Something that we don't have a word for. And of course, as an Italian, I can only think of Renaissance, which is a bad word. I wouldn't use it. But I'd rather think of something close to a Renaissance rather than a post, with the acknowledgement, of course, that we are post. We cannot be but post. But maybe we can also step on a new Renaissance of some kind. To work not, and I close here, not with hope, because we're not fool. If you understand how the world is going, you cannot work with hope. But with a bit of rhetoric, we need to work for hope. And that is LPs, if I get it right. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, yes.
Thank you. So I have two questions. I think I'm the only audience from the Asian countries here. So two questions. One, democracy actually is the common values for the all humanity. So it is not the prerogative for one certain countries or a tool to repress the other countries. And nowadays we see that the AI technology in United States goes too fast, because at the same time, the relevant regulations has not been established. So some people are worried about the AI overcapacity, and worried about the AI hegemony, because this technology could be abused to influence the public opinion, could be manipulated for political purpose. So, some people proposed, or maybe the EU and China's AI technology should be also be encouraged to develop. So that means at least 3 AI powers in this world could be maintained at the same level. So this will be helpful for the peace and stability of the future world. So I just want to know, is this opinion correct or not? So this is another question for Professor Kate. Another question for Professor Melanie. I think a few months ago, the House of Representatives of the United States passed legislation which request the ByteDance to divest TikTok. Otherwise, TikTok will be banned in the United States. So some people say this is related to the security of data. And some other people say this is related to the situation in Gaza. So what's your opinion?
Well, maybe we should talk privately off the record. But I mean, yeah, these are incredibly tough questions. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, so one thing I will say is that there's been accusations that TikTok has been favoring pro-Palestine, right? But there was pro-Palestine content, and there's been accusations in our politicized debate in the United States about Israel-Palestine. And there was a very interesting study that was conducted about this, and I think this relates back to the remarks that I and many others have made, which is that algorithms feed us what we think we want to see. And the fact of the matter is there's been a generational shift on public opinion towards Israel-Palestine in the United States, such that Gen Z is actually more sympathetic to Palestine than other generations. So it's not that TikTok is feeding this, it's that the algorithms are feeding Gen Z what they want to see, and Gen Z, more than prior generations, which is, of course, Gen Z is more on TikTok than older generations, want to see pro-Palestine content disproportionately. So not to absolve the social media companies of their responsibility for driving conflict, and that's a whole other discussion. But I think what we've seen in that debate is that a lot of times these algorithms are feeding what people want to see. I mean, that's how they operate by design, and so that's the dynamic at play there. So it's hard to find a sort of nefarious action to influence young people vis-a-vis Palestine. I mean, other things may be influencing people, but the algorithms are in some ways just self-reinforcing there. The larger question of U.S. congressional efforts to regulate TikTok is way out of my pay grade. It's not my expertise. Maybe Luciano has thoughts about that. I'm going to punt it over to him. But certainly this is part of a larger dynamic in U.S.-Chinese relations that I personally, I'm not speaking for the U.S. government, I don't work for the U.S. government, find very detrimental, and I think it would be much more in our interest to find more constructive relations between the two governments than divisive ones. And frankly, I think for so many of the issues that have been raised in this conference here, we need that. The planet is at stake.
here the future health of the planet is at stake, and divisive relations at the most macro international levels are not in the service of the planet. So I would hope that my own government can adopt a more constructive approach here, as the Chinese government would.
Thanks, Melanie. And of course, the issue of the question about algorithms raises once more the question and the issue of the so-called biased algorithms. And in that respect, our colleague at Harvard, Latanya Sweeney, has done a great job, and I think we should all learn from what she's doing. I think, yes, Kate, Professor Hales.
That also involved with the development of AIs is linguistic hegemony. So there is a feeling among many people that AIs being developed in the United States, which are very powerful and developed by these very rich and powerful tech companies, are accelerating or emphasizing even more the hegemony of English over Chinese or Turkestan or in many other languages. There's actually two currents running here. There's a deep connection between machine translation and artificial intelligence. So machine translation took a huge leap forward when technicians stopped trying to do it by grammar and syntax and instead looked for comparable passages and used neural net technologies to make translations. So they no longer go through a dictionary or formal grammar or anything like that. They go by comparing passages on, let's say, pointer dogs in Chinese, pointer dogs in English, pointer dogs in French, pointer dogs in Thailand, so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that these advanced AIs have formidable translation properties as well as cognitive properties. So they're much, much more effective as translators into a whole variety of different languages than has ever been possible before. And this is in part because of the way that the data on which they are trained is curated. So the antidote to increasing hegemony of English is to curate the data so it includes all the major languages and many minor languages as well. So this is another aspect of how algorithmic governmentality is really affecting our political and linguistic spheres as well as economic and other actors.
Luciano, anything to add? Since Melanie mentioned your name.
Above my pay grade. But I two quick comments. First of all, I agree that it is a race to the bottom at the moment between China and US. Any competition in the digital sphere, it just means that we are duplicating efforts, we're not taking advantage of economy of scale, we are reproducing essentially solutions that could be exported and imported at a time when the world does not need that. Well, we never needed that, but especially now. So I'm afraid that is where my optimism ends. Despite all my best efforts, we're not going to see China and US for some time being best friends, and that is part of the problem. In terms of just a quick comment on the very valuable, interesting points about. Oh, by the way, sorry, I know we've been talking about ChatGPT, but you know that it's not the best bot around, right? So just in case. So just because he's around, I recommend others. Check carefully. But with the usual suspect, no, the one footnote about what the GPT stands for, especially the P, is pre-trained, meaning that some people have actually made a difference to the training of that thing. I'll give you a tiny example. If you ask, at least until recently, the usual suspect, give me almost lunch, give me a recipe for how to cook a nice meal with dog meat, you got a big scolding. Say, don't you dare, this is not, no, wrong culture, dogs, etc., etc. Which, of course, no, is perfectly fine in other corners of the world. But if you ask for a nice recipe for a steak, well, it gives you immediately. It means that someone, forgive me, from Texas probably trained the whole thing. So we need to understand that these things are not that autonomous, are not that independent. There's a lot of agency there. But someone decided that the recipe for dog steak was out and the actual steak was in. That is where power lies. Speaking of who decides what. Some things are not being asked and cannot be answered. Some others can. And depending on who does what, we depend on their decisions. I think that emerged robustly yesterday as well from all the other great speeches we heard. Who is behind the decision of business models that make a difference to everything else?
Thanks, Luciano. Mr. Giorgos Alogoskoufis, former Minister of Economy, has a question or comment.
Okay. First of all, congratulations for organizing, Panagiotis, for organizing this very interesting conference, and congratulations to all the participants. I learned a lot. I mean, I'm not an expert on all this. I learned a lot, but in the meantime, I asked ChatGPT to write me an essay on democracy and culture in the age of the posthuman, which is a very informative essay, I have to say. Try it if you want. I will just read the conclusion. The conclusion says,
what ChatGPT told you does not make us redundant.
No. I gave the exact title. It's another challenge. So it says that the age of the posthuman presents both opportunities and challenges for democracy and culture, which is fairly general, of course. But thoughtfully integrating AI and other emerging technologies, societies can strive to enhance democratic participation, cultural expression, and social equity, while addressing the ethical and practical challenges that arise. So I think this is a conclusion that I find also very relevant for this conference as well, unless some of the participants disagree.
Good, thank you. So, any responses to ChatGPT? Kate, any thoughts? I'm calling upon Kate since, she's the pioneer of the posthuman here. So how would you respond to ChatGPT's?
ChatGPT tends to go toward the average. So if I were conducting this conversation that you just mentioned, I would say, please avoid cliches. Try to achieve originality in your answer and see what kind of different answer came out. Because it's very good at generating cliches, and we need to go beyond those if we're going to tackle serious issues.
Thank you. We have time for one last question, and I would encourage any members of the Delphi Academy, the young scholars and researchers, to intervene. Yes, please. What's your name? So that, yes.
Hi, thank you. I guess I can stand up. My name is Anya Tropnikova, and I'm a film and media studies student at Yale. And I have a question that kind of loops together.
Student of Professor Floridis? Or?
Sorry?
Are you a student of Professor Floridis?
No, I'm not. Sorry. But
not yet.
Maybe a future student. Anyway, in my question, I'm hoping to loop together what Professor Crowley was talking about together with Professor Braidotti. which is that Professor Braitotti makes this remarkable, wonderful case for embracing hope, right? And we have had many different examples of various collectives, you can call them assemblages, who attain agency, who then get things done. And Professor Crowley mentioned some of those. So for example, you can, on the positive end, see Me Too and Black Lives Matter, and on the negative end, you could see maybe something like the January 6th insurrection, right? And I wondered about the how. How do you envision making this particular collection of beings direct themselves into the direction that you are calling for in your urgent call to take up Spinoza and for us to become more, I know, Terran and Gaian? What are the distinguishing features? And I know maybe one answer might be a nefarious political agent comes in to seek to exploit a particular community for their political gain, as was mentioned. But that's not always the case, I don't think. And so I wondered what the difference was to maybe Professor Braitotti or maybe Professor Crowley. Thank you so much.
Ioania, there we go. Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, in response, in relation to the how question, I don't have an answer to the how question. If I had an answer to the how question, I wouldn't be hanging around. I would be implementing it. But what I will say is that, and this is something that would come through, I think, particularly from Bruno Latour, who I mentioned earlier. And so it's also, and it was very much part of Patrice Manillier's talk yesterday as well. And it's to do with situatedness and positionality then. And thinking then about how various collectives might be encouraged in this direction or the other. The thing I want to say is that there is no meta position here. Yeah? That encouragement is not coming from some position that would somehow be above the fray, to use that term, yeah? That would somehow be not already involved in and implicated in these processes and their outcomes, including, as Patrice was showing us, including planetary outcomes. So, in one sense, the how question is already, there is no position from which it would be possible to determine, as it were in the abstract, an ideal answer to the how question. The how question is being thrashed out in the interactions, encounters, conflicts between different collectives of all sorts. And in a sense, perhaps, again, learning from Patrice, I think, it might be interesting in a way to learn that lesson and to think then that we are all already involved in immanently elaborating answers to the question how, all the time, already, particularly if we think of that in terms of that planetary dimension. So it's not a question of waiting until we've formulated an answer that then we can somehow implement. But we are all of us, and I mean by that a very expanded sense of the types of being that might be involved in that. We are all of us involved in improvising answers to the how question all the time in everything we do. And maybe rather than, as I say, waiting until we finally get it right and then trying to apply it, maybe understanding that we are already starting from within the middle. We're already in the middle, and that's where we're starting from. That's how I would go about responding to it. Thank you, Anya, for the question.
Very quickly, the how question for me is what we as teachers, and university professors are just teachers, have a responsibility to address. in the job of pastoral care, which is what we need to do with our students. How? There is really no other questions, and there is a variety of answers. My angle is to take in the question of subjectivity. How can we make you care, not you individually? Why should you care? Why bother? Isn't it easier just to turn the other way and not think? And it's an old question in philosophy, of course. Why should I care for the world? Love for the world? Oh, please, I'm busy. So how do you trigger that, which I call affirmative ethics, not because it's optimistic, not because it's silly. It's a deep concern that we are in this together. Now, the old universalism, and here there is a residual moment of postmodernism in the discussion, the old universalism made that we an umbrella term that allowed us to postulate universal human rights, not for the women, not for the blacks, not for the Jews, not for the Muslims, but universal enough. And the revisions of all the limitation of that universalism now makes me say we is a fragmented, differential, not infinite, heterogeneous assemblage. We are in this predicament together, that this is not one cartography, it's a multiplicity of cartography, different readings, but we do swim or sink together, whether it's in terms of the digital, in terms of the environmental crisis, or the social injustices. We cannot deal with this alone. So putting the active back into activism, making engagement part of our ethical pursuit of truth is, I think, how. And I think teachers, designers, and influencers, whoever can get to the information and to a concern for subjectivities. I don't want you to be liars. I don't want you to be crooks. I don't want to tell lies out of the incredible intelligence and privileges and education that you're getting. You have a responsibility. Don't let it be a burden. Be engaged actively. So that is, for me, in some way, a very classical humanistic answer. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of the posthumanists are revived humanists, but with a number of very critical observations on the limitations of the old universalism. Beyond identity politics, care for the world. I think that that's in a very secular manner how I would put it. Now I'm going to get shot down in pieces.
Okay, the last question, yes.
That it did not entail anything. And this is something that really worried me. You said, you talked about empathy. So where does empathy get into all that? Empathy. It is a very important term.
I think empathy and ethics are very close, Luciano. Or not? Am I wrong?
So shall I?
Well, then I was really trying my best to hide, unsuccessfully.
And affect, of course. And empathy.
Well, then because I've been called to action, the how question. I think, if anything we can learn from history, the how will be answered by history or by us. Sometimes a bit of both. History will go the way it has always done. Disasters will happen. The worst will be there, and then we will change. History teaches us that basically we do not prevent Auschwitz, we liberate Auschwitz. And that is the darkest moment we can possibly think of. Now, in terms of climate change, we will wait until whole countries will disappear, millions of people will suffer, etc., and then we will finally make something of it. Or we could do something in advance. Remember Nomos by the philosophy? We know it's happening. We know that the social issue, the environmental, etc. So the how becomes a question of how do we force, and I use that term in the Platonic sense of forcing people getting out of their cave. If you reread that passage, it's violent. How do we force people out of the cave? And it's not a gentle procedure. It's not democratic. is democracy by stealth. And I'm afraid on that front, I'm a little bit less of a doe than I would like to be. I'm a bit more hawkish. Force them to change. Invite them first, but force them if they don't. And the alternative is necessity. So I'm afraid the how is force or necessity. Not a good alternative. I prefer force.
Professor.
Thank you.
Professor. We can't go out on a hawkish note at the Delphi Dialogues. Maybe some combination, heterogeneity of positions. But you said working for hope. Working towards. Hope is a very modernist, passé virtue, but it is also a necessary one. So working towards, so the posthuman is a common horizon, multiple paths into it in a spirit of cooperation and peace.
Professor.
Good. I think we don't have any time, any more time.
Can I say 3 words since I was given...
3 words?
3 words.
Okay,
3
go
words.
ahead.
Okay. 3 words. So, I would say...
1 word, 2, 3. Your time is over.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would say survivability, survival. This would be our death consciousness. Power, on the other side. This is where right now our common action is oriented. Common action is something that is common, is what some people call the sacred. If common action goes towards survivability, which means towards nature and the consciousness of death, towards the means of survival, towards the earth and the seeds of the earth, then we can go through the memory.
Okay, and your question, because...
It's a comment.
It's a comment, okay.
Thank you very much for
unity. Thank you so much. So, any comments on the comments? Okay, I think we'll continue our conversation over lunch. I have dozens of comments and questions myself, but I'll save them for lunch and dinner. And thank you, Alexander, for this wonderful comment. We'll discuss it later. Okay, I want to thank all the participants in the roundtable discussion, and of course my distinguished colleagues who spoke at the Delphi Dialogues. And I hope to see you also thank you as well for coming here. And I hope that you'll join us also next year at the 3rd Delphi Dialogues, which will continue with the generous sponsorship of Eurolife.